Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Good morning, honorable members. Welcome back to the House. I do not have any specific announcements to make. Therefore, we should just proceed.
Item.
Except that, excuse me, I wanted to, based on individual circumstances of some members who intended to move some motions and whom I have met, in order to attend to those specific personal circumstances, I will do a bit of rearrangement in the order paper, but in a manner that will not affect the time we will spend here. So I will ask the clerk to start with the item number 5. That is after laying the papers.
Item number 2, laying of papers. We start with Roman 1.
Chair, Committee on Rules, Legal Rules and Privileges. Is she in? Is the chair in? Okay, thank you. The microphone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to lay on the table a report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the assessment of the status of the ratification and implementation of EAC protocols and laws by partner states. I beg to lay.
Still under the same item, Roman 2.
So, Chair, Regional Affairs Committee. Anyone standing for Chair, Regional Affairs Committee? Sorry? Clerk, you need to harmonize your order paper. The one I have is different from what you have. And indeed, the one I have is like the members have. So which document are you using?
Item number 5, motion for a resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, by way of motion.
Honorable James Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I move a motion for resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, former Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, moved under Articles 49 and 59 of subsection 1 of the Treaty and Rules of Procedure, 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly.
Seconders. Honorable Kimbisa, Honorable Oda, Honorable Makame, Honorable Karinda, Honorable Gujema, Honorable Musamari. Honorable James Kakoza, proceed with the motion.
Whereas the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah served as the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda from 24th May to 2021 until his sudden demise on 20th March 2022. Whereas the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah served as the Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament, 10th Parliament of Uganda from May 2011 until May 2021, when he was elected as the Speaker, and represent the constituents of Omoro County in Omoro District, Acholi sub-region in the northern region of Uganda, and whereas at the time of his death in March 2022, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was a member of the East African Community Speakers Bureau and a member of the Board of Trustees of the East African Parliamentary Institute, which is one of the institutions of the community. Recognizing the contribution of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah to democracy in Uganda, the East African community and the African continent, as a respected legislator, a believer in regional integration and a Pan-Africanist, further recognize the contribution of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah to the transition of Uganda from the political party or movement political system of government to the multi-party system during the 7th Parliament of Uganda, in which as the chairperson of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, he diligently steered the Parliament of Uganda in making the necessary amendments to the Constitution and electoral reforms to entrench a democratic transformation. Appreciating the contribution of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah to the peace in Uganda and the region through his efforts during the peace talks between the government of Uganda and the road resistance army rebels, grateful to the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah for rich legacy and daily imprint he left on parliamentary and participatory democracy, good governance, and the rule of law and accountability. Honoring the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah for his resolute and exemplary leadership throughout his tenure as the Deputy Speaker and the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, which was characterized by punctuality and dedication to social justice, cognizant of the provisions of Article 49(2)d of the treaty, which empowers the Assembly to discuss any matter pertaining to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with the Article 49 of the treaty, the Assembly pays tribute to the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. B, honors and recognizes the distinguished service of the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah of the Republic of Uganda and the East African community. C, commiserates with the people and government of Uganda and family of Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah upon the passing of the distinguished and illustrious son of East Africa. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kakoza. If you wish, you can proceed and do some brief justification.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to to appreciate, to give me a chance to talk about the gallant son of Uganda who served diligently his work. And the Right Honorable Speaker, I knew Jacob Olanya in 2001 when we joined the National Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Olanya, his career started as way back when he was in the university, and he was the guild president of, he was the speaker of Makerere University. From there, Right Honorable Speaker had principles. Jacob Olanya, he was a professional advocate, he was a legislator, and he had distinctions in performance of his work. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember in 2001 to 2005, Uganda has had a movement system of governance. But Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, when he joined Parliament, he was given a task as the chairperson of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, which was so tedious that by then we had to change the constitution. We had to make electoral forms. Among the 327 members chose Right Honorable late Jacob Olanya. That means the trust Parliament put in that gallant son of Uganda, it means he's a person who was reliable and who was trusted to perform a task to move into a transitional government. And with that diligence of commitment and trust, it enabled him when he came back in 2000 in the ninth Parliament to appoint him as a Deputy Speaker of Parliament to chair the House, which he spent 10 years. And no wonder, because of his diligence and professionalism, being a Deputy Speaker in 2001, he was elevated to become a Speaker of the National Parliament of Uganda. I do believe his contribution left a legacy. And of all, as he became a Speaker of Parliament, he was a member of the National Regional Speakers Bureau within the East African community. We are going to miss him. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kakoza. Honorable members, the motion before the House is that this assembly do resolve to pay tribute to the late Honorable Jacob Olanya, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, under Article 49 and 51, Sub-Article 1 of the Treaty and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Debate is open. Honorable Kimbisa. Then Honorable Makame will follow, Honorable Musamali will follow.
All right, Honorable Speaker, I raise to pay tribute to the Honorable Jacob Olanya, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I knew Right Honorable Olanya personally because he came to Mombasa to conduct a seminar, a fruitful seminar for Eala 3. He was professional, he was competent, and besides, very charming and very social. Honorable Speaker, when a person is kind and good, they will never be forgotten. They will always stay in our hearts, and they will always be part of our lives. There is too much history that cannot be erased, and there is too much love left to live a life without them. When a person is deeply loved, not even a loss or separation can make you lose them from your heart. If anything, they will be remembered and honored even more. Right Honorable Speaker, a person who has truly touched your life will always stay with you no matter what. Memories of Right Honorable Olanya fill our minds like a million beautiful stars in the night sky. The only thing I can say is that a light from our region is gone. A voice we loved is stilled. A place is vacant in our heart that never can be filled. Rest in peace, Right Honorable Olenya. Amen, amen, amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kimbisa. Honorable Dr. Makabe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on paying tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Olanya, who was a former Speaker of the Republic of Uganda and a member from the Omoro County in northern Uganda, the Gulu district. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising for two reasons. One, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, having served as the Speaker of the distinguished Parliament of Uganda, and also serving as the Deputy Speaker in that house, was our leader, because all of the speakers who are members, who speakers of the parliaments that bring members here are our speakers. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to comment that we are joining our brothers and sisters in the Republic of Uganda to mourn the passing away of the former Speaker, Jacob Olokori Olanya. We would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having represented us in the funeral of the late Jacob Olokori Olanya. You did us a very great representation, and we appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Honorable Jacob Olanya, having served previously, as my colleague Honorable James Kakoza said, he had been in Parliament since 2001. So he's been very instrumental in the issues of legislation in the Parliament of Uganda. One thing that was not mentioned when my brother James Kakoza, Honorable Kakoza, was presenting, his bias towards the law. But me being an economist, I note that Honorable Olanya graduated and had a degree in agricultural economics from the University of Makerere. That is his first bachelor. Then he went to law. So it explains that this is a person who went in both fields, economics and law. And in agricultural economics, when you're talking about the nation, our region, the population, 80% is based in the rural areas, and their daily livelihoods come from agriculture. And so he went to the very subject to address the needs of the people of our region. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't like to speak much, but I would like just to say that we are joining our brothers and sisters in the Republic of Uganda and fellow East Africans in condoling and paying tribute to the passing away of the late Jacob Olokori Olanya. While still on the floor, Mr. Speaker, allow me to, because I've also seen there's another motion coming. And that motion, Mr. Speaker, is to pay tribute to the late President of Kenya, who served as the third office bearer in the President Office of Kenya. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a bill that is pending regarding the emblems, and it really pertinent to these matters. That, Mr. Speaker, I beg that you give it due attention so that we clear it at the soonest. Mr. Speaker, thank you for floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Makame. Honorable Musamali was next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice in paying tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Olanya, the former Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Just like the Honorable Kimbisa noted, I also personally knew the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya because I worked with him in the Parliament of Uganda while I was serving in the office of the Government Chief Whip. He was the Deputy Speaker, and the office of Government Chief Whip works hand in hand with the office of Leader of Government Business in the Parliament, that's the Prime Minister. And we are therefore working on the agenda of the business of Parliament hand in hand. So I worked with him, Right Honorable Speaker, and I know at least some good information about him. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda and East Africa and Africa lost a great person in the name of the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya because of a number of factors. One is that he was a peace-loving person. The Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, from his student days at Makerere University, was involved in a number of struggles to bring about peace among our students and also struggle for welfare of students. To the extent that at the time when he was serving as a guild speaker of Makerere University, he collided with the forces of government when they were demonstrating, when at that time government made reforms to abolish welfare fund. There used to be a welfare fund for students in terms of transport, in terms of books, in terms of other forms of welfare. So when government attempted to abolish that fund, he and others led a demonstration. That demonstration turned out to be not very good because some students even died, about 2 students died in that riot. But the Right Honorable Olanya was one of the student leaders at the time who were fighting to ensure that the welfare of students is protected at that time. Come recently here in 2004, 2005, Uganda was at war with the rebels who were calling themselves the Lord's Resistance Army, LRA. And the whole of northern Uganda was not peaceful because of those insurgents. The Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, at that time as a member of Parliament, he was a backbench member of Parliament and chairman of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. He and other leaders from the Greater North and the other leaders in government led a delegation to go and meet the rebel leader called Joseph Kony. It was a very difficult time because even Kony, every time they would say that he appears sometimes as a cat, or sometimes he appears as a heel. So he made it look, that's why even his movement was called the Lord's Resistance, because he claims that he was leading according to the command of God. But he was killing people. But the truth is, it was difficult to meet this rebel leader and his group because he was so notorious at killing people. But the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, because of being a peace-loving person, and brave and courageous, took on the task with other leaders, and they went deep in South Sudan, in the jungles of South Sudan, where he was hiding by then, where Kony was hiding by then, and they were able to meet that Joseph Kony. There were discussions, and those discussions allowed some room for peace in the northern part of the country, culminating into with other factors when the government of South Sudan collaborated with the government of Uganda to wipe out corn from the north and from South Sudan. But these were also part of the efforts that were brought about by the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a number of things to learn from him. As Speaker of Parliament, before he became Speaker, when he was Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and later when he was elected Speaker of Parliament, he said, and this was his practice, said every member of Parliament should not just collide with the truth. When you come to debate, you must carry out research and carry out a debate that is well informed. And he said, where anybody with no information, with no research, should also not have a right to speak, because you will be now gambling with the truth. And that is Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Another thing, and of course this one, you have kept it, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether you learned it from him or from somewhere else. He was a very good timekeeper, Right Honorable Speaker. If the House is to start at 2 o'clock, if he's to come in late, he will be 1 minute after 2 o'clock, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, whether you are only 5 people or 5 members or 3 members, he will come in the House and will start on time, Right Honorable Speaker. And this is something which we need to emulate, we as leaders, because you are going for a meeting, and then you, the leader yourself, you come 30 minutes after, when even the people have already sat, Right Honorable Speaker. So this is something which we should learn from Right Honorable Speaker. And then lastly, about East Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, as soon as the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was elected as Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, he invited Eala members from Uganda informally, before he was even sworn in. I mean informally, not before he was sworn in. He had already been sworn in, but he invited us informally at his residence. And what he wanted this time is that he wanted us as leaders, as members of Eala, and as leaders in East Africa, to work together. He wanted to find out from us how best we are going to work with him as Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, and we as members of Eala and the leaders in East Africa, how we are going to work together to bring the East African integration agenda closer to the people of Uganda, and how the Parliament of the East African Legislative Assembly was going to work beyond the rules with the Parliament of Uganda in terms of promoting East Africa, Right Honorable Speaker. In fact, even he proposed that he will encourage and he was going to propose to the Rules Committee of Parliament of Uganda to amend the rules of Parliament of Uganda to provide that members of Eala from Uganda are able to go and address the Parliament of Uganda. There should be a time when Parliament of Uganda, Eala members, will go to address the Parliament of Uganda, inform the members of Parliament who are our voters, Right Honorable Speaker, inform them, because now you are voted by members of Parliament. But how are you meeting them? And what is the feedback process? So he wanted to narrow the gap between the East African Legislative Assembly and the Parliament of Uganda, and even the people of Uganda. And this is something which I feel that this is an idea which even other parliaments in East Africa should buy. Because as we talk, right, Honorable Speaker, even the new leadership of the Parliament of Uganda, in the names of the Right Honorable Anita Among, the Speaker, and her deputy, the Right Honorable Thomas Taiwa, we have also met them, and they are willing to continue with that initiative, Right Honorable Speaker. So when those amendments are made in terms of the rules of procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, we will be able, those representatives of Uganda in Eala will be able to address the Parliament of Uganda, such that they were able to share information. And that was not the only platform. He said it's not only addressing them, but even to create other forums where we are able to be meeting and even take the information, work together with members of Parliament to go in the countryside to spread the gospel of East African integration. Right Honorable Speaker, in the days of the Right Honorable Olanya, we lost a gallant son, not only for Uganda, but for Africa. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Honorable Musamari. Honorable Oda, Honorable Alak, Honorable Dr. Ito. Let me start with those first.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity so that I can also join my colleagues in paying tribute to the former Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, the former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take also this opportunity to thank my brother, Honorable Kakoza, for bringing in this motion, a very important motion to be discussed today. I also want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to attend the burial and give farewell of the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya. Right Honorable Speaker, mine was to share with my colleagues, members here, the experience and what I saw when I attended the burial. Right Honorable Speaker, I saw and I heard a lot of testimonies during this period, which shows how this great leader was a man of the people. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, I learned that he was a leader, but not only just a leader, but loved by those people he led. Right Honorable Speaker, I learned a very important thing from the testimonies. One, which was, I think some of them was not mentioned by Honorable Kakoza, which I want to register here, was a foundation which was put by the late Jacob Olanya, former Speaker, to help the vulnerable children. He loved the children. He had a lot of initiatives to help vulnerable children, and the foundation is ongoing. And I hope and request that the Parliament of Uganda continue to make sure that his dreams are put into action. I saw also, and I heard the way he worked with the youth. This is very important. And as a leader, a good leader, I saw how he was close to the young people in Uganda, and especially in the areas of sports. He supported a lot the young people in this area of sports, and we saw them, and we saw how they were feeling during the burial of the late Honorable Jacob Olanya. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to speak much, but I wanted to say that from what I saw and from what I heard, this was a great man, this was a great leader, and we as leaders, we have to continue learning from what the leaders like Right Honorable Jacob Olanya did during their time, and take all those good examples and use it during our time also. I beg to support the motion, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Oda. Honorable Alak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to really support the motion raised by Honorable James Kakuza to pay tribute to the great son of Uganda, East Africa, and Africa. I was following up, the demise of this great son of Africa when he died in the United States, how his body was brought to Uganda, how the funeral was conducted, and how his burial was also conducted in his home village. All the tributes that were made and the attendance of the funeral, it was good that this August House sent a delegation to attend the funeral. In fact, I commend the way this August House really tried to honor great sons of Africa, because it is important that we should have role models to follow. And we in Africa, we have been very poor in records. Why you find that some of the developed countries really surpass Africa is that we don't keep records. We don't follow the good things role models have made in their life. I didn't know him personally, but I'm reminded that in 2006, he came to South Sudan. I attended, President Museveni came with him. And I remember the late Honorable Matthias Kasamba reminded me that he was together with the president attending some peace talks in the Parliament of Juba. There was a delegation of the LRA that came from London. So I was reminded by the late Matthias Kasamba that he was there by then. I saw him with one hand. I thought that it was really the LRA that cut his hand. So I reminded him last time here, he said, no, this was an accident by a car. So I remember attending that meeting where the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya was there, which has been made clearly by some of the people who knew him personally, and how he went to the bushes between, at the borders of South Sudan and DRC and Central Africa to make peace with rebel Joseph Kony. So this paints a very good picture about the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, that he was a lawyer. And as I also heard from my colleague, Dr. Makame, that he also did agriculture. He was a good politician and he was a peacemaker. And we should really pay much tribute and take him as a real model who really steer politics in Uganda and East Africa and Africa. So I really rise to pay this tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, and I pay also tribute for the work he has done, and pay condolences to the family and to the Republic of Uganda. I really support this tradition of really honoring our leaders so that they come in records as people who have done good things in Africa or in East Africa. So, Right Honorable Speaker, really, I pray for the family of the late Right Jacob Olanya, and may God bless his soul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Halak. Honorable Dr. Ann.
I want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to thank you for the opportunity to support this motion that has been raised by Honorable Kakoza, paying tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, the former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I have not met the late Honorable Jacob Olanya, but this does not prevent me, or it has not prevented me from knowing about his distinguished service in his home country and his ability to reach out and touch the lives of many people. Right Honorable Speaker, when Right Honorable Olanya passed, he was mourned in South Sudan, like any son of the soil, for two reasons. Like my honorable colleague, Honorable Alak said, Right Honorable Olanya was involved in putting to an end the menace of the Lord Resistance Army. I remember very well in 2005, I couldn't come to my village, which is 5 miles from the border, without an escort of 10 vehicles. That is how bad the Lord Resistance was. It was really terrible. And I also had opportunity to visit northern Uganda, the Acholi area. And the people there were really devastated. You couldn't find a home that was not mourning. So for a person who was willing to go to any extent, even to the bushes of Congo and South Sudan to find solution, this is very honorable. It's something that we should all appreciate. And the second reason why South Sudan mourned the passing of the Right Honorable Olanya was, when we came out of conflict and South Sudan was trying to build its institutions, among them is the parliament. Right Honorable Olanya reached out, and he came to the parliament of South Sudan and spent time hand-holding and supporting and encouraging the people of South Sudan, especially the parliamentarians, to take heart, and he taught them the ABC of how to manage an institution like the parliament. He used his expertise, he used his experience to lift an institution in South Sudan. So, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Olonya was and led a very exemplary life. To a lot of people, they think they are too small to reach out and make a difference, but he was not afraid to use himself to change lives. So in conclusion, I would want to send my condolences to the family and the people of Uganda. And I include the people of South Sudan as well, because he was able to reach to us as well. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I know everyone would want to speak about the Right Honorable Oranya, but I think we are making a representative statement, just like I did when I was there. So we wouldn't have time for everyone to speak. I will pick the last few so that we can move. Don't be surprised if you are on your feet and I don't pick you. Honorable Rose, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Dr. Wada, Honorable Moma, were you trying to catch my eye? Okay, all right. So those are the last speakers. Then
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Olanya, who has been our late Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. On the onset, I want to thank you, Right Honorable, for having taken your time and opportunity to come and condole with us as Uganda during this time, that time when we received the news of the demise of our Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, and also sending us a representative from the East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Oda, to represent this assembly during the burial. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Olanya Lokori was a member of Parliament between 2001 and 2006. Then he lost, and then came back in 2011. Now, when he came back as a member of our party, National Resistance Movement, and immediately we elected him as Deputy Speaker because of the capabilities that we saw in him. Right Honorable Speaker, I also served with the late Jacob Lokori Olanya at the African, Caribbean, Pacific EU Parliament, and he was our leader of delegation. During that time, there was a serious discussion in that parliament to do with the human rights, accepting homosexuality as a human right, and definitely also the discussion of the economic partnership agreements. I remember that time we passed a law prohibiting homosexuality in Uganda. And when we went for the assembly, the EU Parliament wanted to throw us out as Uganda, and I think it was also with Nigeria over that law. But Honorable Olanya mobilized. He mobilized all the ACP countries, the African, Caribbean, Pacific countries, to stand up and reject this motion. So when the EU Parliament got to know about how he had mobilized, that resolution was resolved. Was actually, it didn't come up during the assembly. They hid it, and it never came on the floor. I remember that day he stood up and talked passionately about that issue of trying to, the European Parliament trying to force on the Africans their cultures.
After that talk, the whole parliament stood up, including some of the Europeans, and gave him a standing ovation. So he was a very charismatic character. And when he spoke from the bottom of his heart. And when he believed in something, he really made it a point that you understood his message. So during that tenure as well, the issue of economic partnership agreements was also tried. I mean, the EU Parliament tried to make it a point that we as Africans should assent to this EPAs. But again, he came up with his reasons as to why we should not accept the EPAs as they were. And up to today, actually, our country has not assented to the issue of that economic partnership agreement as an agreement to bind us to the EU. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lanya served as a deputy speaker at the time when I was there as a member of parliament. And I want to say that during that time, I learned a lot. I learned to be a parliamentarian. He was one person who guided parliament diligently, and he was very strict with the rules of procedure. If you stood up to talk, you must have done your research. You must know under which rule you're standing up to talk, or else he will not give you the opportunity, because he was very strict. He guided parliament diligently and actually made some of us who we are now because of his guidance. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot I can talk about Honorable Lanya, but I want to say he was an honest, frank, and committed parliamentarian as a speaker, and as an individual, in his private life. He had so many dependents, as the Honorable Oda said. When we went for vigil at home, we had many children, over 200, that came from a number of schools where he had sponsored them for education. Orphans, many of them orphans, the underprivileged children of northern Uganda, who became orphans because of the war that took place in northern Uganda. And he's one of those people who gave his life to make sure the northern Uganda is ultimately liberated and free of war as it is now. And I want to thank him posthumously for giving his commitment to make sure northern Uganda is totally liberated from war. It was a problem moving in any place in northern Uganda. If you don't go by the convoy, you get killed by the Kony rebels. But he made sure that area was pacified. And because of that war, there were many orphans, and he took them up as his children and educated them. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lanya has left a family and a foundation that definitely needs financial help. And I would also want to move that as members of parliament who have seen this kind of happenings to quite a number of our colleagues, in this time of need, me, I would propose, Right Honorable, if it is befitting, that we also contribute as a parliament to that fund that Honorable Lanya created to help these destitute children, these orphans he took to school, and now they really don't have any source of where to get help. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I end by making that appeal in the spirit of Ubuntu that he used to cherish, that you are because I am, and I am because you are. So in the spirit of that Ubuntu, we could, as an assembly, also make a handbook contribution towards that fund. I rest my case, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sako. Honorable Ambassador Hudson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like also to add my voice and thank my brother Honorable Kapoza for coming up with this timely motion for the resolution of the Assembly to pay tribute to the Right Honorable Jacob Olunya, the former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. And although it's time to once again condole with our brothers and sisters of the Republic of Uganda, but also the entire East Africa, for the loss of this great girl and son of East Africa and Africa as a whole. Although I didn't know him personally, but as an East African, but also as a legislator, I followed closely his funeral, but also the glowing tribute, not only from members of parliament, politicians, but also from ordinary people. And that shows you, it shows us how it did not only contribute to public service in his country, to serving his country in various capacities, both in parliament as deputy speaker, and later the Speaker of Parliament, but also as a leader from his community, actually. But he also touched lives, and I want to thank our colleagues, especially from the Republic of Uganda, who shared his life, of how he touched the lives of orphans. There's a time I was listening to a clip of a young man, a youth, who was sharing how he was touched by Honorable Jacob Olanya, and how he raised him from a very humble background to now becoming a staff at the Ugandan Parliament. I think he's a protocol officer, but he also shared how he has mentored many young people. But we've also listened how he contributed to peace building, to pacifying the northern part of Uganda, and also the peace process in the Republic of South Sudan. So as I conclude, I want to thank him for his exceptional service to his nation and East Africa, his contribution to his nation in strengthening the adherence to the rule of law, parliamentary practice, political tolerance, and the spirit of humanity. He was a mentor to many, a peacemaker and a patriot, and a man of integrity. May his soul rest in peace, and may his legacy continue to inspire many, especially the young generation. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. Lastly, Honorable Dr. Wada.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute in the motion for resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the demise of the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya was not just for the Ugandans, but also, as you have heard, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya has also contributed not only for the peace of the northern Uganda, but also he was part and parcel in the peace process in South Sudan. And Right Honorable Speaker, as most of my colleagues has said, Jacob Olanya is a person who really of his word, and he was a peacemaker, and he sponsored a lot of children, hundreds of them. I've seen a clip whereby school children were crying in tears during his funeral, and that really touched me. As Honorable Rose said, also we have as parliamentarian and as people who really care for the children to sponsor the foundation, which he started for helping the orphans. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Olanya didn't only contribute to the enhancement and the capacity building of the parliamentarian in Uganda, but he also extended a helping hand to our parliament in South Sudan, and we thank him a lot for this. And also, as we continue also paying our tribute, we say that may his soul continue rest in peace. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kakoza.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate members who have spoken about the late Jacob Olanya, Honorable Kimbisa, Honorable Makame, Honorable Musamari, Honorable Oda, Honorable Alaka, Honorable Anna Ito, Honorable Rosa Cole, Ambassador Fatuma, Dr. Oda, and the last, Right Honorable Speaker, you in particular. I think providing us space within the East African region, it shows the Ubuntu, which Rosa has talked about, the integration, because this was a member of the Speaker's Bureau, and you in particular, to take your time to visit, to come to Uganda at that time. It was a friend indeed, and it was a friend in need, and even sending a delegation to attend the burial. With those few remarks, I beg to submit that the last, which with the resolution, which is the contribution to the foundation, maybe it will be a discretion, you Speaker, as number 4 on the resolution to be adopted. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion before the House is that this assembly do resolve to pay tribute to the late Honorable Jacob Olanya, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, under Articles 49 and 59, sub-article 1 of the treaty, and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, as amended, be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So I want to also join you, Honorable Kakoza, and all the members to pay tribute to late Honorable Olanya. As you know, I had an opportunity to travel to Kampala immediately after late Honorable Olanya passed on, and I visited his family together with colleagues from Uganda chapter. And on the date of the burial, I requested the Honorable Order to represent me because I was attending to other matters. I passed you a message. The fact that although we hadn't been meeting, but I knew you were standing with Uganda and the family. The son of Right Honorable Olanya has since been elected to represent Amoro constituency. So he replaced his father as a member of parliament. And when I was there, I met that young man. I believe he's going to be a brilliant legislator. So we wish him well. His name is Andrew Olanya, as he steps into the shoes of his father to represent his people in the Parliament of Uganda. And the other day when I saw him being sworn in, and he was clad in a bow tie, I remembered that was the template attire of late Honorable Olanya, and it made me a bit emotional. So I also pray that his soul rest in eternal peace. Let us proceed.
Item 6, Motion for a resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, third President of the Republic of Kenya. By way of motion.
Honorable Dr. William.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I move motion for a resolution of the Assembly to pay tribute to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, third President of the Republic of Kenya, and moved under Article 49 and 59(1) of the treaty and the rule 26 of the rule of the procedure of the Assembly. Whereas
Yes. Seconders. Yes, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable Duty, Honorable Den, Honorable Ahel, Honorable Karinda, Honorable Claude, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Kakoza, and all members standing. Now you can proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Whereas His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki served as the third President of the Republic of Kenya from December 2002 to April 2013, and whereas on the 22nd April 2022, the East African community learned of the passing of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, recognizing the tremendous contribution of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki to the development of the people of the Republic of Kenya and the East African community, aware that His Excellency Mwai Kibaki studied at the University College of East Africa, now Makerere University, after high school in his native Kenya, and later taught economics at Makerere University in the year 1960s, before returning to Kenya to support and take part in the independence government of Kenya. Further recognizing that before becoming the third president of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki served the Republic of Kenya in several other capacities, including as Minister of Finance and as Vice President of the Republic of Kenya for 10 years, from 1978 to 1988, under President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Appreciating the transformative leadership of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, which led to the economic transformation of Kenya and the massive infrastructure development, including construction of highway linking the Republic of Kenya to other partner states, the revitalization of the civil service, spurring both local and foreign direct investment, and reigniting economic growth, and implementing a new constitutional order for Kenya. Indebted to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki for his service to the community as a member of the Summit of Heads of States. During his tenure, the community achieved a significant milestone, including the admission of the Republic of Burundi and the Republic of Rwanda into the community, and the conclusion and the implementation of the Custom Union Protocol in 2005 and the Common Market Protocol in 2009, as well as finalizing the negotiation for the East African Monetary Union Protocol that was signed in 2013. Recalling with pride the charismatic political leader and the Pan-Africanist who firmly believed in and acted to contribute to regional integration as well as championing and implementing African solution to African problem. Honoring and remembering with gratitude His Excellency Mwai Kibaki is an illustrious son of community for his distinguished service to his country, Kenya, our community, and for the enduring legacy of economic and infrastructure transformation that is visible and evident throughout Kenya. Recognize of the provision of Article 49(2) and D of the treaty, which empower the Assembly to discuss any matter pertaining to the community, now therefore be it resolved by the Assembly as follows. That in accordance with Article 49 of the treaty, the Assembly, A, pay tribute to His Excellency President Milio Mwai Kibaki, third President of the Republic of Kenya. B, honor and recognize the distinguished service of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki to the Republic of Kenya and the East African community. C, commiserate with the people and the government of Kenya and the family of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki upon the passing of the distinguished and illustrious son of Africa. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Do you need it to justify or is it self-explanatory?
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the justification is obvious because the community has lost one of its eminent leaders, a summit member, one of us, and we have an obligation to pay a tribute to him. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, many of our brothers and sisters in Kenya have expressed a real sense of loss and regard later President Mwai Kibaki as the best president Kenya has had since independence. He was a sharp economist who set his country, Kenya, a path of economic growth. Kenya recorded, by the way, one of its highest rates of GDP growth during his first term before the violence of 2007 election severely dented his legacy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the socioeconomic record of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, one of his biggest achievements was to introduce free education, free primary education in Kenya. It was not so common in Africa to have that kind of introduction in our educational system. President Mwai Kibaki, you cannot pass as a Rwandan, for example, but under his leadership, Rwanda and Burundi joined the community, and he was one to push to make it possible and easiest. Again, as for integration, right, Honorable Speaker, the community has achieved a significant milestone under his leadership, including the implementation of Customs Union Protocol in 2005, and the Common Market Protocol in 2009, as well as finalizing the negotiation of East African Monetary Union Protocol that was signed in 2013. He was also a very strong Pan-Africanist. In the matter of healthcare, a lot of transformation that has was attributed to
Honorable Dr. Bijema, I think you made your case.
Yes.
You don't need to debate your motion.
Bon, thank you.
You have done
Speaker.
enough justification. So, honorable members, you have justified. Let's get time
Let
for
me
members.
conclude one
But you
second.
are spending time that
Yes.
members needed to debate your motion. Unless you want to present your motion and debate it and close.
What I want to add, right, Honorable Speaker, we will miss him.
You have satisfied the speaker in terms of justification.
Thank
Yes,
you very
will
much.
conclude. Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you very
thank
much.
you. Now, honorable members, the motion before the House is that this assembly do resolve to pay tribute to the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, the third President of the Republic of Kenya, under Articles 49 and 59, sub-article 1 of the treaty, and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Debate is open. Honorable Gideon, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Noor, Honorable Dut, Honorable Victor, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Karinda, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. Let me tell you that when you catch my eye and I notice someone who has not spoken, I give a priority. Some of the reactions from you I don't like when I don't mention your name. Yes, I'm trying to go first for those who have not spoken before, then your time also comes later. Yes, proceed in that order that I mentioned.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the motion by my best friend and a colleague, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rujema. This is a very good motion, Right Honorable Speaker. Our leader, His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki, is one of the exemplary East African leaders and a great son of the East Africa community. I happen to study in Kenya, my primary, secondary, and the university level. When the late President Mwai Kibaki came to power, I was in my final year at the college. And I experienced his leadership. So I talk on issues that I've actually experienced myself. I saw the difference when he came to power. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2003, after my graduation, I graduated on the 23rd of October 2003, but on the 24th of October, just a month after, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki had to address a consultative group meeting of the donors. A meeting that had taken time over 7 years before it could be done in Kenya. I think it was done first around 1996, but the second one was in 2003. So in that address that he had in the Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi, we were watching him over the TV, and it is something that is well documented. Is when President Mwai Kibaki reiterated his commitment to the great transformation, to the reforms that he was introducing in the Republic of Kenya. His political commitment as a leader in the Republic of Kenya to see to it that commitment to good governance with the very concrete actions, commitment to macroeconomic transformation, which we have all witnessed, and so many others that he has demonstrated to transform Kenya.
he reiterated in that meeting. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mwai Kibaki is one of the great sons of Kenya and the East African in general that has demonstrated how corruption could be fought. He has added his name to the list of great Africans who have fought corruption all round. It was at this time when the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 2003 was done in Kenya. So that was going to help our brothers and sisters in Kenya to be able to have a framework to fight corruption. That's one of his legacies. Also, there was this, the Public Order Ethics Act that was passed at this time. Those are demonstrations of how a government is committed to use a legal framework to be able to fight the vice called corruption. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, that I have been studying in Kenya, and I've lived in Kenya for some time during the war, the first war of South Sudan, the war of South Sudan, the SPLA, the Sudan government war that took us 21 years. So I benefited in Kenya in terms of education. But Right Honorable Speaker, a huge difference that I experienced, because the students, they are the one that could always experience something which is different, was that under the previous regime that was replaced by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, we, the foreigners, particularly those ones that came from South Sudan, we are good brothers to our Kenyan, good brothers and sisters to our Kenyan brothers and sisters. But there is something that we used to see. That thing that was some little bit of harassment by the police. Right Honorable Speaker, when President Mwai Kibaki came, we saw a huge difference. Initially, you would be asked to support your waraga. You know, waraga is a small white document, white paper that we used to hold as South Sudanese, those one who were refugees, those one who came for political asylum, those one. There is a letter that is being given by the Kenyan government, the immigration. It is a white paper, so it's called waraga in Arabic. So the Kenyan police, by that time, they knew something called waraga. So you will give it, it is valid under the previous regime, but they will tell you to support it. If you don't support it, they will follow you until the last minute you have to be arrested. When Mwai Kibaki came, you walk your chest up. When you are found with your waraga, as long as it is valid, you will be told you go. If you have a problem, they will have to assist you. That is an indication of transformation from the Kenya police perspective. So, Right Honorable Speaker, these are the few things I wanted to mention, but otherwise I support the motion by my colleague. May his soul, the late President Mwai Kibaki, rest in eternal peace. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Nur.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion on the onset. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take much of my colleagues' time, but I'm speaking on a man that I have known for 39 years as a parliamentarian. So I have a lot to tell about him, but I don't want to tell it all. However, Honorable Speaker, there's no doubt, as earlier mentioned by my colleagues, we have lost a great son, a leader, and a father. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki has served as a parliamentarian, as an executive, as an assistant minister, as a minister, as a vice president, and finally as a president. He served as a vice president for 12 years, and he served as president for 10 years. So, Honorable Speaker, the service to Kenyans and East African community by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki is over 60 years. So within that 60 years period, the achievement and what he has done for this nation and for this region cannot be overstated or cannot be spoken within this short period. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki became the president when this community was just 3 years old, after its revival in 1999 or 2000. And what he has done and what he has achieved in terms of integrations and in terms of putting bits and pieces of those protocols of the community cannot be mentioned within this short period. Honorable Speaker, for Kenyans, we lost an economist, a politician, a leader, a father. Within his span of 10 years, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans achieved a lot, not only in terms of economics, but even in terms of democracy and political space. Honorable Speaker, that is when the Kenyan chamber for torture was closed and become historic. For that 39 years that I have known him, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki left a lot of legacy behind. As earlier mentioned by Honorable Gideon, he got free primary education, he got free maternity services. In terms of education, he reformed the education sector, and the expansion of universities in that country almost tripled. Not forgetting, Honorable Speaker, that we fought for constitutional reforms for 30 years before Honorable Kibaki became the president, and he delivered that constitution of 2010 to us, which we will never forget. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I remember at one time in the 80s that Honorable Mwai Kibaki was rated to be among the 100 intellectuals of the world, or intelligent men of the world. Therefore, the man we are talking about is very unfortunate that he came to be the president at a very old age. And unfortunately, the accident that he was involved in at his early campaign of 2002, if it were not for that, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans would have been far much ahead, not in terms of only infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the foreign debts or the external borrowing become a foreign word in Kenya for the period that Honorable Kibaki was the president. We never borrowed a cent from the World Bank, from IMF. To become historic that we could be able to grow our economy despite the fact of the fact that he faced a lot of political turbulences of the war that we fought in 2007, 2008 that set us back a little bit. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I could not be able, as I earlier said, be able to speak about my colleague, Vice President, within this short span of period. Therefore, I want to stop it there and thank you for giving me the opportunity, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Who was next? I remember the names, but not the order, because all of you will speak. Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, in providing this opportunity to contribute this timely motion. And I want to appreciate Honorable Rujema, Prime Minister, for bringing in this motion, which I think it's very important for us. Honorable Speaker, I want also to contribute, make a tribute to His Excellency, the late President Mwai Kibaki. Honorable Speaker, I can confirm from even this document and history in East Africa and in Kenya that His Excellency Mwai Kibaki has left a memorable track record in terms of development, in terms of opening up a democratic space, in terms of creating a freedom for all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in 2002, I was a delegate at the constitution making process, and the Honorable, His Excellency Honorable Mike Baki was also a delegate. Honorable Speaker, I can confirm he's a good listener and very polite, and he really had a lot of knowledge that many of us mesmerized us in terms of his understanding of issues. Honorable Speaker, I was also in 2002 a presidential agent for His Excellency Mwai Kibaki in the general election of 2002 in my county of Wajir. And I can confirm, as a campaigner for his presidents, he had listened to many of us who were in his camp. Although at that time he just got an accident and he was not well to campaign all the corners. And the general election ended with His Excellency late Mwai Kibaki becoming the third president of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, from that moment, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki opened the door for Kenyans to breathe a new fresh air in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and making Kenyans to be free society out of against fear and intimidation. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki jump-started most of the dead public institutions. And most of the public institutions in Kenya were almost collapsing, but when he came in, he pumped resources to jumpstart some of it, including even buildings which were completely inhabitable for public officers. There was a new phase, a new beginning for everything in that country, including even infrastructure and institutional premises. Honorable Speaker, during the time of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, the first constitution came to birth. I can confirm that I was a delegate from 2002 to 2003, that he really invested in ensuring Kenyans get a new constitution that will spur development, and new constitution that will make Kenyans enjoy their human rights. And the 2010 constitution was enacted in his leadership. And the 2010 constitution of Kenya is singled out as the most progressive constitution in Africa, and in particular is recognized globally. Honorable Speaker, one of the most remarkable for me was his free primary education for children. Immediately he was sworn in, it was his agenda. Honorable Speaker, I can confirm into this August House that in 2003, I was appointed as a commissioner of the first National Commission on Human Rights. And that position made me interact with His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Anytime we are presenting status of human rights to His Excellency was keen to understand the situation of human rights in the country. He will interrogate the commissioners and ask them, are we expanding the enjoyment of the fundamental rights of Kenyans? And he could ask, where are we failing in terms of securing the enjoyment of human rights for Kenyans? Honorable Speaker, he really touched our hearts in terms of engaging him during that time. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to say is his tolerance to public criticism. In the previous regime, we were used to, if you talk about against the president or the government, the next minute you are in jail. But His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, he had a space for people to criticize him as an individual, his family, and his government. And he found it that to be part of the audit of the citizen to criticize their president. He was a very resilient man to criticism. One time I recall in the National Assembly, the members bombarded him with a lot of negativity in terms of the debate. And he was calm and composed, and he was receptive to some of the criticism. And he didn't carry personal grudge against anybody. Honorable Speaker, I come from the north where there was a lot of atrocities perpetrated by the former regime. But when His Excellency Mwai Kibaki was elected in 2002, there was a new beginning for the Northern Kenya. There was less profiling of the Northern Kenya people. There was less of, denying them development. They felt that they were part of the Greater Kenya and they were entitled to any service like any other Kenyan. He opened space. He made us to be part of the Northern Kenya. And anytime the Northern Kenya had concerns as a community or a region, His Excellency will respond. Honorable Speaker, I want to share with this House, the first Truth Commission was established to investigate the atrocities of the past regimes, including the past president. And although the report has not been implemented, but is part of the record of this country. And that would have been only actualized under his leadership, not in another leadership. And I hope one day that record he has instructed to be compiled from 1963 to up to 2013. That record will be useful for any other president to look into it. I know it was a hard moment to accept it, that he was also part of those regimes, but because of record and putting the truth to record, he ensured that, yes, we need to document what happened in the journey for Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I was in the National Commission on Human Rights when 2007 and 2008 post-election violence happened. It was a totally a destructive moment, very hard moment for Kenya, very difficult moment for Kenya and our neighboring East African community. It was a very bloody moment for us. But His Excellency Mwai Kibaki accepted that this was a moment that requires reconciliation, healing, and he accepted what the African eminent personalities have recommended to accommodate, grievances of other parties. I can confirm here, Honorable Speaker, I was among the investigators who investigated the serious atrocities that happened in different parts of the country, particularly in one of the highly polarized regions like Rift Valley, Nairobi, Kisumu, and other parts where most of the displacement and killings and torture happened. Honorable Speaker, former late Mwai Kibaki, our third president, allocated a lot of money to resettle IDPs and to move them to areas there they will be safe and they can live in a durable situation. Honorable Speaker, almost over 4 billion was allocated And that clearly demonstrated that he was a committed man to restore the confidence of the country, to cushion and support people who suffered during the post-election violence. And that created a whole system of making a law on internal displacement for Kenya situation. And there is a law right now under his leadership that was enacted during his period. Honorable Speaker, his track record is a beautiful one and is something to emulate him. And I was reading the motion of Honorable Rujema. One place that captured me and really made me feel proud of my former president is on page 2, where it says, indebted to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki for his service to the community as a member of the Summit of Heads of State, during whose tenure the community achieved significant milestones, including the admission of the Republic of Burundi and the Republic of Rwanda into the community, and the conclusion and implementation of the Customs Union Protocol in 2005 and the Common Market Protocol in 2009, as well as finalizing the negotiation for East Africa Monetary Union Protocol that was signed in 2003. That paragraph, Honorable Speaker, is such a very progressive picture of His Excellency. And I congratulate Burundi and Republic of Burundi and Rwanda in benefiting from His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at that paragraph, clearly he created the foundation of some of the, putting in place protocols and institutions in place. He really contributed to the growth of the East African community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatum. Honorable, those who were in the list that I mentioned, because I have it. Honorable Dut, then Honorable Karinda. Honorable Dut, Honorable Victor, Honorable Karinda, Honorable Fatum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important motion. I really appreciate Honorable Dr. Rujema in bringing this important motion. I rise to support the motion, and I would want also to step into some information under His Excellency late Mwai Kibaki, third President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency, during his time, he brought a good system in place in the area of good governance. He also contributed a lot in the area of development. He brought a lot of developmental projects, mainly in infrastructures. He constructed a lot of roads which connected Kenya with some part of the East African partner state, Republic of Uganda, as well. Also, he connected us between the Republic of South Sudan, as well, United Republic of Tanzania. Again, under his rule, when he took over from late President Arap Moi, he also continued to facilitate peace in Sudan, which the Republic of South Sudan have benefited. Continue to facilitate peace in Sudan, which the war in Sudan took 21 years. He finalized the peace in Sudan, which later on, one of the provision of the peace in Sudan give a right of self-determination to the people of South Sudan. So His Excellency also did a lot to us. And with the CPA, we were able to have and exercise the right of self-determination, which brought the Republic of South Sudan into being. So His Excellency late Moi Kibaki did a lot to this community. We honor him, and we will miss him as a son of this community, and again, as well as one of the African leaders. So we really stand with the people of the Republic of Kenya and our colleague from the Republic of Kenya in honoring late Excellency Moi Kibaki. So finally, I would want to support the motion, and this is what I could contribute to this important motion. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Victor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise to honor and pay tribute to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, the third President of Kenya. Let President Kibaki, whom we are celebrating the life today, was not only a great and eminent leader for the Republic of Kenya, but also for the East African region and the entire Africa. He has diligently served the Republic of Kenya as the President of the Republic, but also in many different capacities during his public active life and his political career. One thing I can remember is his political style he used to use, which was described gentlemanly and non-confrontational style. His Excellency Mwai Kibaki has gone from the side of Kenyans and East Africans in general, but not from their hearts. People will miss him, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. I support the motion, and I appreciate the mover, Dr. Honorable Wigema. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Victor. Honorable Kalinda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to contribute to this important motion. I raise also to join my predecessors who spoke before me. I also want to thank Honorable Dr. Rwigema for bringing this important motion to pay tribute to the late third President of the Republic of Kenya, also the member of the Summit of the East African Community. Right Honorable Speaker, members from Kenya who spoke before me explained extensively how the late President Mwai Kibaki was an exemplary leader, not only of Kenya, but also of East Africa and the whole Africa in general. This motion brought by Honorable Dr. Wigema explains most of the achievement by the late Excellency Mwai Kibaki. And I just want to insist on one thing that I think cannot go unseen. It is about the Constitution of 2010, on which Honorable Ibrahim Fatuma spoke of. I want to say that during his presidency, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki led the making of a new constitution that laid the foundation for peace that the Republic of Kenya and the East African community is enjoying today. This constitution was designated to address, among others, the sources of ethnic and political tensions that fueled the violence that followed the 207 election in Kenya. And from that time, the whole region is enjoying peace. And as Rwanda, as a member from Rwanda, I appreciate heavily his contribution to the acceptance of Rwanda into the community in 2007. He has weighed heavily so that Rwanda and Burundi be included in the community. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable His Excellency Mwai Kibaki has left a legacy in leadership to this continent, and we as a parliament, we should always remember this legacy and do everything possible so that this legacy be not be forgotten. Right, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I want to thank you again and to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to pay tribute to His Excellency, the late President Emilio Mwai Kibaki, and the third President of the Republic of Kenya, and also thank Honorable Dr. Wigema for coming up with this very important motion. I would also like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for always giving us space as members of Parliament to pay tribute to the leaders of this region. It's an important practice that should be held. His Excellency Kibaki will always be remembered for being a great statesman. He was a transformational leader, and as already said by our colleagues from the Republic of Kenya, he contributed immensely to the political and socio-economic transformation of his country in his exceptional and exemplary leadership for over 6 decades. He will also be remembered for boosting the socio-economic transformation of his country, in particular, the economy of Kenya, which is leading today in this region. He had a great contribution. At the time, by 2002, when he started leading that nation as a president, the Kenyan economy was growing at 2.1%. And by 2007, it had gone up to 7%, which is a huge milestone. But he also be remembered for his initiative to come up with pre-primary education. And we know that education is the greatest gift that one can give to his citizens, because it is a key to other sectors of the economy. We honor and salute him for his contribution to peace. He was a tolerant person, and that was very evident in the aftermath of 2007 election, how he contributed to the stabilization of his country, but also working with the opposition leader, Right Honorable Mwai Kibaki, and the country's leadership and the governance went very well. Finally, I want to say that at the level of Rwanda and also East Africa as a whole, as already mentioned in this motion, we know that he contributed greatly to the EAC integration in laying foundation to the 2 pillars of integration, both the customs union and the common market protocol. And of course, seeing 2 great nations, the Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of Burundi, joining the community, making the community 5 members, which is a great milestone. He was a friend of Rwanda, and I remember in 2005, there was a delegation of Rwandan farmers and members of the private sector who visited Kenya for a study tour to learn about milk production and the quality, on how to raise the quality of beef. And during that visit, he donated the Rwandan farmers 120 cows. And to the Rwandans, we know what a cow means. Giving someone a cow, it's indeed a great friend. And 2007, because most of these farmers had come from the eastern part of Rwanda, which is known for pastoralism, he decided to visit these cows in a place called Gasibo, the eastern part of Rwanda, just to see how the cows were faring. And by the time he visited, the cows had increased to more than 250. And therefore, we shall always remember him as Rwandans, as someone who contributed to boosting modern cattle farming in the eastern province of Rwanda, but also to improving the livelihoods of our people. With those remarks, I want to once again thank Honorable Dr. Rugema for the motion. We know that he has gone, but his legacy lives. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm picking the last 2. And that's the Honorable Munya and the Honorable Dongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I really support the motion brought forward by Dr. Gim for paying tribute of the late Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, the late Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki was born on 15th November 1931 and died on 21st April 2022, really about 91 years. He was really a political and economical icon of Kenya and in general East Africa. We can say so because of his career, the legacy he left in East Africa. You know, before independence, he was the one who drafted the Constitution of Kenya before independence. And in 2010, he was the one who signed this new Constitution, what he brought. Now, if you see the really development he did, and from cabinet minister from Jomo Kenyatta rule, cabinet minister from Daniel Arap Moi, till he became a president himself. There are more achievement or many achievements we can discuss the whole day, and we cannot finish what he did. If you think of the Tinka superhighway, it was a product of Mwai Kibaki. If you think of developing telecommunication, banking, and the power industry, it was definitely the era of Mwai Kibaki. So President Mwai Kibaki has left a legacy whereby we can remember for all years. It was really a political and economical icon of East Africa. We should not forget the way his contribution to this new East African community. But he was really a man of genius. When he saw things are not going all right, in 1991, he quitted the government and started an opposition, democratic opposition party. So you can really see the development the way he did in Kenya. President Mwai Kibaki, we shall remain and we remember him for the achievement of this community. And without saying much more, we really salute and congratulate, and we feel sorry for our comrades from Kenya, people of Kenya, that we have lost President Mwai Kibaki, but we will follow his route and his step for the development of East Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Engineer Munya. Honorable Dongo.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very well-considered motion. Right Honorable Speaker, in paying tribute to the late President Mwai Kibaki, we are telling a very good East African story. Because Mwai Kibaki was a man who led a life of excellence. Mwai Kibaki was a class act, and I'm proud to be an alumni of Makerere University, where Mwai Kibaki was not only an excellent student, but was actually a guild president. And personally having been a very active student leader at Makerere University and in the student movement, Mwai Kibaki
planted the seeds that inspired many students that provided leadership at Makerere University at the time and up to now, including the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, whom we have just been paying tribute to. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mwai Kibaki was a first-class student. At Makerere, he got a first-class degree in economics. Later on, when he went to the London School of Economics, Mwai Kibaki again topped his class. And indeed, throughout his years of service, the late President Kibaki distinguished himself as an excellent public servant, as a man who was deeply rooted in values. And when he died, I could listen to stories from so many people. And one of it that caught my attention was that President Mwai Kibaki meant business. Whenever anybody visited President Kibaki in his office, he found him reading. He was very well grounded on matters of policy, and he led by example. Whatever he pursued as a policy issue, he understood it very, very extensively. He read and was always willing to interact with the leaders at all levels, but in a very detailed manner. And this tells you really what we should be doing as East Africans. In East Africa these days, we are having a generation that has been taken up by WhatsApp, has been taken up by social media. And there is very little attention that is paid to actually getting into the depth of issues. So I think we need to use the Mwai Kibaki example to try to encourage a culture of our young East Africans to read, young East Africans to begin to engage in discussions in shaping policy matters from a well-informed position. Mwai Kibaki as president of Kenya, at the time when there was political tensions, President Kibaki subordinated his interest to the public interest and decided to accommodate even those that he had had a very intense and hot political contest with. He embraced them and they formed a government of national coalition. And it is that government that has been extensively credited for the economic success in Kenya. The infrastructure that we are talking about was achieved during that time. The economic recovery of Kenya was done during the time of President Mwai Kibaki. He was a consummate politician, a consummate Democrat, and there is no democracy without Democrats. We can talk about democracy, but for as long as we do not have Democrats, then there is nothing called democracy. President Mwai Kibaki understood that the will of the people has got to be safeguarded, and therefore he did not want to leave anybody behind. That's why at the time, he decided to say we would rather have a government of national unity that brings our East African people together. So Mwai Kibaki is a true East African. And Mwai Kibaki is an example, is a very good example that
when East Africa works well, there are good things that come out of East Africa. He was a student at Makerere. Today we have the Inter-University Council of East Africa. The Inter-University Council of East Africa should be inspired by how the likes of Mwai Kibaki, the likes of Julius Nyerere, the likes of Mkapa left their countries and went to study at Makerere University. Makerere University at the time was called the East African College. It was a university for the East African community. Just tells you that this community needs just to function well and will be able to produce leaders that are very impactful wherever they go. We had President Mkapa from Tanzania. He's an alumni of Makerere University. We had Julius Nyerere. We have President Museveni who studied in Dar es Salaam. You know, so you know, as long as we have an East Africa that works well, it works for everybody. And that is what really we should be working out for to as leaders. And that's something that Mwai Kibaki's life should inspire our generations. Right, Honorable Speaker, give me just 1 minute. I wasn't here when you were paying tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya. I was then, had gone for medical checkup at Aga Khan. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob Olanya was greatly inspired by the leaders like Kibaki. He was a student leader at Makerere University. He was actually the guild speaker of Makerere University. And his leadership skills began to be noticed at the time. And he continued to provide leadership. The late Jacob Olanya was a consummate lawyer. All his life, he led a life that respected the rule of law. And whenever you met the late Jacob Olanya, and whenever you made proposals to the late Jacob Olanya, you would say, what is the position of the law on this matter? Right, Honorable Speaker, again, there is no constitution without the spirit of constitutionalism. The spirit of constitutionalism is a spirit that lives with individuals, with people. The late Jacob Olanya was a man who believed in the rule of law. He was a powerful voice of conscience. He usually wanted to stand on the right side of the law. Whatever he did, he said, I have fidelity to this constitution, I have a fidelity to the rule of law. Right Honorable Speaker, in paying tribute to the late Jacob Olanya, we are paying tribute to a man who had dedicated his life to the service of the people. All his life was public life. This is a man who from Makerere University went and began his political career. He failed in other contests, he won in other contests, but that did not in any way restrain his spirit. So today, as we eulogize, as we pay tribute to these two great men, we are reminded as leaders to follow a good example that they were and to use that to inspire generations that are coming, but most importantly, to see that our region, the East African community, works in the best interest of our people. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Guijama. And don't repeat the debate. Yeah, conclude. Conclude.
Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I think it's a bad habit of people teaching. I thank you very much. And I start by you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for giving us space to pay tribute to our leaders who pass on. It's a good culture. And I thank you very much. And I would like to appreciate the contribution of members, starting by Honorable Toar Katpan Gideon, Honorable Nur Adan Mohammed, Honorable Ali Ibrahim Fatuma, Honorable Deng Dut Kate Thomas, Honorable Brinkuche Victor, Honorable Dr. Karinda François Xavier, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, Honorable Engineer Minya Mohamed Habib, Honorable Odongo George Stephen. I thank you very much, and I wish to make the motion adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Honorable Dr. Wijema. Honorable members, now I put the question that this assembly do resolve to pay tribute to the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, under Article 49 and 59(1) of the treaty and the Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I want to join you to thank Dr. Wijema for the motion. And I think I informed you before that I had an opportunity to represent you to the Republic of Kenya for the burial. And I was joined by members from Kenya chapter. And most of what you have said was indeed what it was extensively spoken by those who had an opportunity to address the country on the life of the former president. So we emulate his legacy. We pray that we are able to live by his legacy, and we pray for his eternal rest in peace. Now, honorable members, before we proceed, there is an event that will happen in a partner state where I'm invited and which will involve the head of state. So I'm planning to attend. So in the afternoon, you will have another member preside with the rest of the program. But before I leave, you see, when I am here, I have a bit of more authority than when I'm outside. Now, talking of Honorable George, talking about being on the right side of the law, there is this subject that we discussed yesterday with the council, and the council is working on it. Even this morning, when I was talking to the clerk, secretariat was repeatedly calling him to conclude the document that I briefed you about. So I salute the efforts that are going on. Everyone seems to be very serious about it. But in my view, one thing is missing. What is the legal position? Because I believe even a council may need this. Now, there is a reason CTC is a member of the assembly. CTC is a legal advisor of the community. Personally, I have been with the CTC in many meetings, and we seem to agree. We seem to agree. I have no recollection of where we disagree. So CTC, can this agreement that we discuss all the time be put in writing? Are you getting me? Can you put in writing the understanding, the legal understanding of the situation we have discussed this so many times? Or at least it's stated to this assembly that should the council need your opinion, you will not give a different opinion than we give when we meet. Because I see that risk. You get me, honorable members. When I meet the CTC, we agree. But will he equally help the council when they need his help? And in most cases, in a situation where I may not be there, I'm not sure I will be there sitting in the council. So CTC, please, will you continue to work with me in the event the council will need a legal opinion on this? Should I continue to work this out with you, just the two of us?
Yes, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You may wish to recollect that the meeting we had with the Secretary General in your office, we agreed that in fact, when the office of the clerk and the secretariat have done the document, they'll give us an opportunity as the legal department to also put one or two comments so that it goes as one document actually. So I'm sure that the fears you are expressing are really not justified in any way.
No, the fears are justified, but you have arrayed them. And that is what I was looking for. So thank you for arraying my fears. Otherwise, I had a reason to have fears. Because your office is very important. And once you decide to be on a different position, it can cause problems. So now that you are assuring me that you're on the same page, I'm very satisfied. I have no reason to worry anymore. So normally we are supposed to take our break at 1 and it is not yet 1. So I will just suspend it for you to make arrangements for another member to preside as I prepare for my trip to Kampala. I suspend for how long? Yes, I am advised if I give you 10 minutes, I walk out, the clerk comes back, you handle the business. Thank you. I wish you a good weekend.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, I want to call your attention
Members, the clerk is at table. The clerk is at table. Let's conduct business. Honorable Makame.
Order in the house, order in the house. On our members, order, order. On our Professor Kalinda. Professor Kalinda, one meeting, please. Order in the house, please. Order in the house. Jean-Claude.
Honorable members, I want to call to attention, please. Honorable members, I request you be on your seats. Honorable members, I request that you be on your seats, please. Honorable Dr. Makame, Dr. Magembe, I request that you go back to your seats. We proceed. Honorable members, I request that you go to your seats and we proceed with the business of the House. Good afternoon, honorable members. I want to inform you that the Right Honorable Speaker will not be in the position to preside over the sittings of today and probably the other sittings that are coming, by the reason which you know is he communicated before suspending the proceedings this afternoon. Therefore, according to the treaty Article 56, the treaty says there shall preside at any sitting of the assembly, A, the speaker of the assembly, or B, in the absence of the speaker of the assembly, such elected member of the assembly as the elected members may elect for the sitting. Now, according also to Rule 10, Sub-Rule 3, says the sitting of the House is duly constituted when it is presided over by the speaker or such other member as may be elected under Article 56 of the treaty and in accordance with Annex 3 of these rules. So I want to refer you to Annex 3, which says, 1, the clerk shall preside in the election of a member to preside in the assembly in the absence of the speaker. The sitting shall be informal, but in the chamber of the House, and presiding as a requirement of Rule 1. 2, the nominations for candidates for election of a member to preside in the assembly shall be done in the floor of the House, on the floor of the House. 3, the member wishing to propose a name for the person to preside shall raise in his or her place, and upon catching the eye of the person presiding, shall state that I wish to propose that Honorable Dash do take the chair to preside in the assembly for today's sitting and subsequent sittings until such time as the speaker may be present. The proposal shall be seconded. And if the member proposed consents to the nomination, he or he shall be deemed to be duly nominated. If more than one member has been duly nominated, the presiding officer shall call for a vote by show of hands. The member scoring the highest number of votes shall be declared elected and conducted the chair of the speaker. If only one member is nominated, he or she shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the speaker. The member elected would then make example and brief remarks expressing gratitude for having been elected and submitting himself or herself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of the House, and laying claim to the privileges of the Assembly and the members. Number 7, the member elected will make a short adjournment and lead a procession into the office of the Speaker for the Assembly. Number 8, the Speaker's procession would then return to the House for continuation of the rest of the business. During the debate in the House thereafter, all members shall refer to the member elected as Mr. or Madam Speaker. Now I call for nomination. I see Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Christopher, and Honorable Rosa. Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you. I wish to nominate Dr. Makame.
Dr. Makame is nominated by Honorable Kakoza. Seconder. Yes, I see Honorable Oda, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Karinda, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Kimbisa, Honorable Thomas Dut, Honorable Engineer Mnya, Honorable Happiness, and the Honorable Lansini Rutazana. So, Dr. Makame, you are nominated and you are seconded. We want to see if you agree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk.
Procedure.
Procedure, Mr. Clerk.
Yes.
I think you, Clerk, you better call for others and see how much they are seconded and something like that in order that we.
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Nomination.
No, honorable members, the procedure, we have 3 stages for each candidate. 1 is nomination, 2 is seconded, 3, whether he agrees to the nomination before we go to the other nomination. Thank you. Dr. Makame.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With the nomination and I've been seconded, then I cannot say no. So I have to agree. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Makame. Now I have Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I wish to propose Honorable Leontina Zaiman.
Honorable Leontine is proposed, is nominated. A seconder. We have Rosa Cole. We have Francoise. Have Victor. Have Dr. Oda. We have Pierre. We have Honorable Sophie, Honorable Nkuria, and Honorable Marie Claire. Honorable Leontine, you are nominated and seconded. Would want to see if you are ready for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I would like to thank all the members who, Honorable Chris, who proposed me and those who supported me. And I really thank them, but I would like to support Honorable Makame.
Honorable Leontine has declined. Honorable Rosa Cole, you have wanted to nominate.
Clerk, I think my candidate has already been nominated and I seconded that candidate. So since she has declined, we now all support the Honorable Makame. Thank you.
Is there any other nomination? I don't see any other nomination. Other members, according to the rules, Annex 3, number 5, say if only one member is nominated, he or she shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the speaker. Other members, as we have all witnessed that we have only one member who is duly nominated, Honorable Dr. Makame. Therefore, I now declare that Honorable Dr. Makame is elected member to preside over of the sittings of this assembly, this sitting of this afternoon, and the other sittings that are coming until when the Honorable Speaker will be around. I now welcome Honorable Dr. Makame to the seat of the Speaker.
Should I sit first or should I make the speech first? I think it's good to take the seat first, and then I make the speech. Thank you very much. Honorable members.
Honorable members, I now welcome Honorable Dr. Makame to make his example speech.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, honorable members, for nominating me and for electing me. And also I'd like to thank my sister, Honorable Leontine, for supporting me and all the members. So I'd like to take this opportunity to express my profound appreciation for you electing me to preside over the sittings of the Assembly. And just for maybe this session, or maybe for the coming sessions, depending on when the Speaker will be back, but I can say that I thank you for elevating me to this seat. I feel greatly honored and proud for the confidence and trust you have expressed to me. Thank you very much, honorable members. I submit myself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of the House, and lay claim to the privileges of the Assembly and the members. In accepting this responsibility, I would like to confirm that I will uphold the dignity of this House at all times, and I will apply the rules of the House without fear or favor, as I seek to promote the image of the Assembly. With those few remarks, honorable members, I submit my will to the House. Thank you very much. Honorable members, now because of time, the rules provide that we walk out in procession and then we come back. But because the time is, I can see it's running to 1 o'clock. So it's better that when we adjourn, then we adjourn to 2:30, so that we come and to the new session afresh. So with that, members, I pronounce that the House is adjourned until 2:30. Thank you. Be seated. Prayer. Prayer. Who, in your wisdom and goodness, has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that had come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, so as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 7 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the EAC Council of Ministers to recommend the partner states to enhance gender equality and access to food and nutrition security in the community by way of motion.
Honorable Francis Muchiza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to move a motion that this assembly do resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers to recommend the partner states to enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security in the community. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Francois. Any seconders? Honorable Jean-Claude Barumiabo, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Professor Kalinda, Honorable Dr. Ann Ito, Honorable Mary Claire, Honorable Dr. Senator Celestine Rujema, Prime Minister, Honorable Pamela Masai. Thank you. So the motion has been seconded very widely. And now you can proceed with the moving of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This motion is moved under Articles 49, sub-article 2D, 59, sub-article 1, 105, 110, 118, H, 121, and 122 of the treaty, and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Whereas under Chapter 18 of the treaty, all partner states undertook to cooperate in the area of agriculture and food security with the overall objective to achieve food security and rational agricultural production within the community. And whereas under Articles 121 and 122 of the treaty, the partner states recognize the indispensable role of women in socioeconomic development and in business, and have committed under Article 5, sub-article 3E of the treaty to ensuring gender mainstreaming in all the community's endeavors, in line with the principle of gender equality as one of the fundamental principles of the community under Article 6D of the treaty. And whereas vulnerable population groups such as women continue to bear the heaviest burden of food insecurity and malnutrition as people around the globe, including in the EAC region, struggle to end hunger and the devastating effects of malnutrition, despite the fact that more than enough food is produced to feed the global population. Recognizing that all partner states are parties to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966, which recognized the right to adequate food for everyone under Article 11, paragraph 1 and 2, and subscribed to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030, especially SDG 2, to end hunger, achieve food security and improve the nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture, and SDG 5, to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, particularly in relation to ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere, and giving women equal rights to economic resources as well as access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial services, inheritance, and natural resources. Further, recognizing that partner states together with other African countries recognize that nutrition is a major pillar of the continent's socio-economic development and subscribed to the Agenda 2063, whose aspiration one calls for the promotion of a healthy and a prosperous population and reducing malnutrition as a foundation for Africa's socio-economic foundation, and committed to ending hunger under the 2014 Malabo Declaration on accelerated agriculture growth and transformation. Appreciating the various initiatives undertaken to ensure food and nutrition security, such as the Africa Regional Nutrition Strategy 2015 up to 2025, the Declaration on Nutrition Security for Inclusive Economic Growth and Sustainable Development in Africa, the resolution on the establishment of an Inter-African Center for Food Science, Technology, and Nutrition, the African Region Initiative for Stunting Elimination, a 2025 initiative, the 6th EAC Development Strategy, 2021-2022 up to 2025-2026, which includes food security and nutrition as one of the strategic development objectives of the community, the EAC Food and Nutrition Security Policy, 2016, the EAC Food and Nutrition Security Strategy, 2019-2023, and particularly the current EAC Food Security Action Plan, 2019-2023, whose overachieving objective is to contribute to elimination of hunger, malnutrition, and extreme poverty in the East African region by the year 2023. Noting with concern that despite the ever-increasing number of policy frameworks on addressing hunger and malnutrition, food insecurity remains one of the eminent threats confronting the EAC region, especially in its vast area facing persistent drought, and that women and girls are twice as likely to suffer from malnutrition as men and boys due to a combination of biological, social, and cultural factors, including limited access to productive resources such as land, financial services, agricultural inputs and technologies, discriminatory social cultural norms that limit their ability to make autonomous decisions within their households and communities, and food taboos that force women and girls to abstain from especially nutritious and beneficial foods during critical periods in their reproductive cycle, such as menstrual periods, pregnancy, childbirth, and lactation. Further concerned that food insecurity and malnutrition put mothers at greater risk of dying in childbirth and of delivering low birth weight babies who fail to survive infancy, subsequently transferring the broad economic disadvantages of malnutrition in their own lives to the next generation, thereby perpetuating the vicious cycle of gender inequality in accessing food and security. Convinced that it's necessary and urgent for the community to enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security by considering women as potential agents of change for accelerated agricultural growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihoods in the region. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49, sub-Article 2D of the treaty, the Assembly recommends to the Council of Ministers to A, establish a gender-sensitive regional food crisis response plan, including a regional food reserve that will cater for the needs of small-scale farmers and herders in drought-ravaged rural areas, especially women and children who are always the most affected vulnerable population. B, mainstream gender in the implementation of the EAC Food and Nutrition Security Strategy 2019-2023 and the EAC Food Security Action Plan 2019-2023. C, urge the partner state to put in place appropriate measures to address gender-based restrictions to agricultural land and other productive resources, to put an end to the existing discriminatory socio-cultural norms, including food taboos forced on women and girls, and promote positive and equal gender norms at the household and community level. D, urge the partner states to enhance women's involvement in agribusiness and enterprises, as well as participation in nutritious food production. E, urge the partner states to integrate nutrition education into the school curricula to raise awareness and promote healthier consumption patterns and conduct outreach activities on the role of nutrition as a critical aspect of safe pregnancies and motherhood. F, urge partner states to implement consistent and inclusive school feeding programs to ensure that young girls enroll, stay, and perform well in schools, especially for children in vulnerable circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Francois. I assume the motion is straightforward. Would you like to make justifications?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Having in mind that time is not really on our side, I would like just to add, a justification for this motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion came from the training I attended as part of the commitment I made at the occasion of the training on achieving gender equality in climate change and the food systems actions of parliamentarians and the policymakers. I attended it from 20th April up to 6th May this year. And the training was anchored under our official work as capacity building of parliamentarians under Eala. Mr. Speaker, as I thank you for that great opportunity, allow me also to add that, in fact, food insecurity and malnutrition give rise to many consequences for health and development, with mothers and children being the most vulnerable to the devastating effects. And also women are fundamental to the fight against hunger and malnutrition as per UN SDG 2 and 5. If given opportunity and appropriate means, of course, evidence shows that women are as good as men when it comes to producing food. However, a persistent gender gap in accessing key inputs, especially land, access and ownership, finance and education are concerned. Allow also to say that current papers show recognition of the importance of gender mainstreaming for improved outcomes in the agricultural sector, for improved food nutrition. For example, in all partner states, agricultural and food security policy documents, gender imbalances are highlighted as key hindrances to women's access to opportunity in production, marketing, access, and the control of productive sectors. At the operational level, however, they identify the challenges to women's access to land, credit, information, marketing, etc. have not yet been addressed effectively by various programs at regional and also at the partner state level. The second participatory gender audit for EAC organs, institutions, and the partner states, the report of 2020 states that these above mentioned factors and many others also show that there is still a mismatch between the aspirations in the various gender mainstreaming ideals in the EAC treaty, the EAC gender policy, and the gender action plan compared to what exists in the internal practices and support system within EAC institutions and the organs. Then the findings indicate that the current internal practices and the structures, budgeting and the planning processes of EAC institutions and the organs do not reinforce existing gender mainstreaming policies, laws, and the framework, that there is a lack of synergy between the existing gender mainstreaming and the implementation, if I can say, guidelines and policies. And this is affecting the effective implementation of gender equality in respect of access to food, nutrition, and security systems. Mr. Speaker, having in mind that the financial cost of addressing malnutrition at EAC are rising when these situations should be avoidable. we are struggling to cater for malnutrition when we should avoid malnutrition. Mr. Speaker, to be more concrete, why addressing gender inequalities in this region are important, allow me to wind up as I share with members the 2019 Global Nutrition Report outcomes that show that percentage of children under 5 years of age that are still affected by stunting in EAC. I will be brief. The Republic of Burundi, they are at 54.0%. The target would be 0. No single child should be subjected to stunting, but they are still at 54%. The Republic of Rwanda, currently they are at 33.1%. The target for this region is 0, though the target of global target may differ, but for us, we need 0. Tanzania, 31.8%. South Sudan, 31.3%. Uganda, 28.9%. Kenya, 26.2%. Mr. Speaker, I can't just end up without talking of also the observed insufficient data to assess progress towards achieving the diet-related non-communicable diseases in South Sudan. As per other countries, obesity and diabetes situation is higher in women than in men, as follows. Mr. Speaker, as far as obesity is concerned, the Republic of Burundi, women 10.5% obesity, yeah, and diabetes. Yes, obesity in Burundi is 10.5% in women, for men 2.7%. Obesity in Rwanda, we have women.
Honorable Francois, I've just been refreshed about the rules. You have 37.6 that requires members not to read or speech. You see, but I think as the motion was straightforward, now it's time to give the members to contribute so that we come with a resolution. So,
okay, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. I could not have memorized the figures because these are concrete examples as I justified. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Ann Ito. Sorry, Honorable Dr. Ann Ito. Sorry, just a procedural matter. The motion before the House is that this assembly do resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers to recommend that the partner says enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security in the community. The debate is open. Now, Honorable Dr. Ann Ito, please, you are the second first.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to second this motion, which has been raised by Honorable Francois, which is calling upon the Council of Ministers to recommend to the partner states to enhance gender equality in accessing food and nutrition security. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by sharing an experience with this House. Some 25 years ago, when South Sudan was trying to craft a vision that would include the views of women in the vision of the independent South Sudan, we went around looking for women and asking them to express themselves in drawing the picture of what they want to see in future. There are two drawings that caught my attention, and it has inspired me up to today. One drawing was a group of women drawing a water pot. And I asked why. They say, well, Nobody asks us where that water comes from. When we put it there, everybody drinks. This is actually trying to emphasize how central they are in the welfare of the family. So I want us to take note of that. The second is a group drawing a grinding mill. You know, this stone where you grind, you kneel down and grind for hours just to get a kilo of flour. When I ask them as to why they drew that, they say they hate that stuff. They don't want to grind, and they're sure the men will not even dare. And they're doing it because of the love of their family. And they don't want to ever be able to grind the flour in an independent South Sudan. I want to make this, I want to share this with you, because if you look at this, it is a very subtle difference that between what men do and what women do, and it amounts to discrimination. It stops, this work stops women from participating. This work stops women from making money. This work stops women from achieving nutrition and food security. I really want us to look at that, because until we get to understand those subtle differences that actually amounts to gender inequality, would never be able to address the issue of gender inequality properly. Right Honorable Speaker, I really feel that the issue of food security and nutrition is a matter of lack of knowledge, nor a matter of lack of statistics, not even a lack of policies and laws. They are there. It is actually a matter of commitment, lack of commitment. If we commit to addressing issues of food security and nutrition as a whole, as a community, and then focus on what affects women in order to make sure that their families are food secure and nutrition secure, will get there. To me, it's a matter of commitment, because if you listen to the motion, there are all this list of commitments that the EAC has made. There is this EAC development strategy, which includes food security and nutrition. There is EAC harmonized agriculture rural development strategy, which also includes food and nutrition security. There are directives from the Council of Ministers to the partner states to establish national strategic food reserves. I wonder whether that is happening or not. And indeed, our countries may have a food crisis response plan. They can even have food reserves, but there are some issues that we need to address to be able to address the issue of gender inequality as far as food and nutrition is concerned. I'll direct your attention to food security. It's based on availability and access. When you talk availability of food for nutrition, it includes productivity, production. Women do not own land. Women do not own, have access to the use of land, except for maybe a few partner states. And if you don't have land, you cannot produce. And if you don't have control of land, you can't even use that for collateral in the bank to, to access microfinance facilities. There is issue of labor. Women are very busy and they grind and they carry water. And if you don't address those issues, women would continue to experience food insecurity. There is technology like seeds and better equipment, which they can only own when they have access to funding from banks. If we don't address those issues, we will not be able to address the issue of food security and nutrition. We have climatic challenges where there has to be adaptable crops so that crop failure is reduced. And then finally, access to credit. But there is also issue of access. access to food nutrition. Purchasing power is very important. A lot of the women depend on agriculture. About 50% of the women actually work in the agriculture sector. But if you look around in the rest of East Africa, who are the poor people? It is the farmers. And 50% of those are women. So poverty is an issue. Unless we address the issue of poverty, unless we improve productivity, it's going to be a problem. Markets, and then jobs and employment. A lot of women who work outside the agriculture sector earn very little money. They work in areas where very little money is made. And of course, very often that money they made is unable to enable them, is not able to buy all the food they need throughout the year. And of course, the issue of taxes, the issue of cross-border trade, all those actually requires that we address them. When it comes to nutrition, we need to teach women, because a lot of household would have fruits and they may have vegetables, but their proportion in consumption may be a problem, and they need to know. The Honorable Francois also mentioned about these harmful practices where women are not allowed to eat chicken or goats and some meat. And those nice things are always reserved to elders and men. And not understanding that this jeopardizes the health of the wives and their own children. So those really requires us to address those through education. I really want to conclude by saying that the agriculture sector is poor. Until we put monies in them and we improve the technology and we make sure that productivity goes up, is going to be a problem. The issue of income for the household, we need to address them. And right, Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude that food security and nutrition is not happening because we don't know. We actually know, but we stubbornly refuse to invest in these sectors to do the right thing so that food and nutrition can be addressed. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ito. I take now the order. Start with Honorable Ambassador, and then Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Alak, and then we'll finish with Honorable Dadaetu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, I would like to start by congratulating you, Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Abdallah Makame, for the confidence that members had in you in electing you. You look smart in that chair. Having said that, I want to also thank Honorable, my sister, Francoise, for a very important and timely motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to recommend the partner states to enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security in the community. I want really to appreciate that you brought this to our attention, because we all know the importance of food security and also nutrition security. When we talk about, as East African, our vision of having a united, secure, and prosperous community, you can never have a peaceful, secure, and prosperous community once you leave out or you do not empower a big section of our population, over 50% of the East African population, who are women. And yet we very well know again that majority of the farmers in our continent are women. In fact, in some countries, it's as much as 70 to 80%, but most of them are still doing subsistence farming. Again, in the motion, Honorable Francoise has highlighted various commitments we made as a community, but also as individual partner states, whether I talk about the 2014 Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agriculture Growth and Transformation. In fact, as a continent, we pledged to increase agriculture, but the budget to agriculture to around 10%, because we know this is the mother sector. We are all here, Right Honorable Speaker, smiling and looking good because we've eaten, because we've had an opportunity to have food on our table. But we know that there are many underprivileged citizens of East Africa who could not have food on the table. Again, the many who prepare that food, whether it's in the restaurants, whether it is the Mama Ntili or the women on the informal trader doing informal trade, you'll find that majority of them are either women and girls. So they are feeding, they are preparing food, they are contributing to nutrition. Now, I don't think the East African community doesn't know the importance of this subject, because it's very clear in our treaty. The treaty, both in our Article 5 on fundamental principles, among the fundamental principles, the issue of gender equality is very clear, but also when we go in chapter, in Articles 121, 122 of the treaty, we have a full chapter on the role of women in socioeconomic development, and definitely their role and contribution in agriculture and nutrition is very important. But you also have a whole cooperation area on agriculture. So, but you also as a community have got an EAC gender policy that was passed in May 2018. And one of the purpose of this policy is to ensure that we mainstream gender, that the men and women, boys and girls of our community can have equal access in terms of all opportunities, including in the area of agriculture. Now in agriculture, specifically, what are we talking about? If the government is giving fertilizers to the farmers, we know who are normally having more access to these fertilizers. It's mainly the heads of households, although we know that there's been also changes because of various factors, but in most cases it's the men. When you talk about access to tractors, who have access? Because now we're talking about big business, it's normally the men. When you talk about access to credit for farming, for improved farming, sometimes women do not even have information about this. When you talk about access to land and control, I want to commend some East African countries, including my country, Rwanda, that have legislated on laws to make sure that women can also have access to economic rights, including land. And you've seen how this ownership of land has increased the role of women in business. Now you have some women really having a stake in business, doing their big business because they can have access to land. So without taking much of the time, I want to say that this subject of discussion is very important. It is linked to the climate change. It is linked to feeding our community. Honorable Francoise talked about the stunted, the figures on stunted. It's a shame for the community that we still have children who are stunted. And we know children who are stunted because when she was reading the figures, in East Africa and all the partner states, we are over 26 to up to 50% of stunted children. So you can imagine a whole generation is really being stunted and denied nutrition, and this will affect even their performance in future in terms of intellectual growth, but also participation as active citizens. So I want to urge the council really to take up this motion. We don't have to reinvent the wheels. The tools are here, the policies are there, the strategies are there. It's just to implement and implement so that women and men can equally access to agriculture, nutrition, and food security. And this is the way to grow our economies. Investing in women is investing in economies. If you want to have a faster integrated community, attainment of AU Vision 2063, let us invest more in women having access and control to agriculture, nutrition, and food security. With that, I want to support the motion, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Motion.
Dr. Woda.
Motion.
Dr. Magembe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate you on a unanimous victory to your elevation as Speaker. Hongera san. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Rule 36, a motion without notice, and my motion is to allow, looking at the fact that we only have 3 plenary days left, and we have a lot on our plate and order papers. I was hoping that I could remove a motion under Rule 36 to shorten the time for each contributor to this current paper on the floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Magembe, the motion is that we shorten the time for contribution so that to allow expeditious conclusion of this item and other items that will follow. Seconders, Honorable Dr. Kalinda, Honorable Dr. Ann Ito, Honorable Leontine Zeimana, Honorable Dr. Garang, Honorable Momamo, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Rijema, Honorable Saimo, Honorable Kalonzo, Honorable Victor, Honorable Fancy. So that has been widely supported. So do I need to call in for the vote? So those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So now we have to limit the time we are contributing. So we allocated maximum to 4 minutes. So I'll be watching the time. Honorable Dr. Oda, Karibu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And on the onset, I want to congratulate you for earning the trust of this August House to preside on this sitting. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate also my sister, Honorable Francoise, for bringing this very important motion for resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to recommend the partner states to enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security in the community. Right Honorable Speaker, more than 257 million people in Africa, and over 123 million of them are living in Eastern Africa. They're hungry. And when we are leaders and we say that we are leading a population which is hungry, I think it's a shame upon us as legislators and as leaders. And this hunger, of course, is because of many reasons. Some of them is instability, insecurity, the climate change, and other things. Right Honorable Speaker, it's noted that the countries that are committed to Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, which is the CAADP, and they effectively implement the National Regional Agricultural Investment, they are better performing. And they are also reducing the insecurity and malnutrition in their countries. The other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the mover has mentioned the level of stunting growth among our children, which is really very shameful. I've put some percentages here, and these are the children under 5 years, which has a stunted growth in the region. And you know, it is not just affecting the physical performance of those children, but also it affects the mental growth and their intelligence in the future. And some of them, like if the child is stunted to the age of 2 years, this will be irreversible, which means that in the future, they will also have many problems. And my percentage may be a little bit different from Honorable Francois, but they are within the range because these are taken from the Global Nutrition Report and the World Health Organizations. And these are, as mentioned, that they're from 26 to 50 something in our region, yet we are claiming that we are following the Malabo Declaration and the CADAP also, and this is not fair to our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the World Food Program is very concerned for the rising rate of malnutrition and also food insecurity, especially among the population of girls from the age of 15 to 19. And these are poor young girls who are also not being hungry and malnourished, but they're exposed to pregnancy in early age, which affect the fetus or the babies which they are giving birth to. So, Right Honorable Speaker, especially the female and the girls' children, they are in need of good nutrition because the way they go through their adolescence, pregnancy, and breastfeeding, all these stages need a proper feeding. So, Right Honorable Speaker, before my 4 minutes are finished, I want to agree totally on the resolutions, especially Resolution 1, which is to establish a gender-sensitive regional food crisis response, and Resolution E, which urged the partner state to integrate nutrition education in the secondary curriculum and also in the school. But I want to amend the last recommendation and the resolution, which is to urge the partner state to implement consistent and inclusive school feeding programs to ensure that, I think let's put children, because if we say only young girls, this will bring us to some of a form of segregation for the boy child, which also they need to be fed. So if Honorable Francois is okay with it, I want to replace the girls with children. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the motion and I rest my case.
Let me congratulate you. Deserve it. You deserve this position because you are very disciplined kind of a person. So you deserve it to wear the wig of the Commonwealth parliamentary tradition. And let me thank my sister Kiza for having made this motion. We men, we should not be looking the other way when this issue has been raised by women, because it really concerns us. It's one of the reasons I got up really to support this motion. If you come to our societies in the countryside, where people live on subsistence farming and animal husbandry, you will find that women really control the food storage and the food management in the houses. So the situation is a bit better. But as our society transit from the countryside to the urban centers, the women are disadvantaged, because you find that in some traditions, some girls are not put in school. You find that men go to schools and they are the ones who earn money, and then they go and marry from the countryside where girls or women have not been educated and they are not working. And the men, they carry their money in their pockets. They use it the way they use it. They marry as many wives as they can. And the pressure in the homes, when men carry this money and then marry as many wives, you find that the families are deprived of the real feeding. And this is where the neglect happens in the cities, because the women are disadvantaged. But it is good that the East Africa community has a policy on gender equality. But this one is concentrating on a particular aspect, which is gender equality, the access of food and nutrition. I quite agree with all the recommendations here, but the most important recommendation here is that girls must be made to go to school and continue their studies, which should be very much emphasized. And I would agree with Honorable Dr. Wada in the sense that it is not the school feeding that keeps the girls in the schools. It keeps even the boys in the schools. So what is important is that education must be very much emphasized, that the girls must be facilitated to go to school so that they are not disadvantaged. And this is where the problem is, because if they are educated and then they have a source of finance, then they can really identify good nutritious food for them and then for the children. So I really support this motion. It is in place, but let us emphasize the element of education for the girls, which is the most important thing. Because if they are educated, then we have no problem, because they will be working, whether they are single mothers, they also will have an income. So I think the emphasis should be on education, and then we fight wrong traditions. And this question of marrying so many wives, it leads men sometimes to go and do corruption. This is a source of corruption among men, because men overload themselves with responsibilities that they cannot manage with their money, particularly those who work in public places. So I really support the motion, all the recommendations, but let some rearrangement be made in terms of emphasizing the education for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alak. Honorable Oda Gasinzigwa.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first of all congratulate you, Ongera-san. I want also to congratulate my sister, Honorable Francoise, for the motion, which I fully support. But I wanted to also say that I hope my brother, Dr. Magembe, I know he's gender sensitive. I was about to come up with another motion, but because I know he's gender sensitive, I said he might be considering other reports we are having. But Right Honorable Speaker, as far as you know, most of the time when we start to discuss about gender issues, women empowerment, times becomes limited. And this is a concern, but because it was raised by my brother, which I know he had a good intention, I won't go into much of this, but I think this is a very important area to discuss, and it needs time and be able to once again inform or ask the Council of Ministers to again look at it. Right Honorable Speaker, before even I go into this particular motion, I want to remind the Council and ask the Council to kindly request that you follow up on our bill. Since I joined this assembly, the bill on gender equality was passed. But today, it is nowhere to be seen. It's one among many bills which was passed, but not assented, but you cannot even trace where it is. So what we have in that gender bill and in the gender policy, we have a gender policy. We congratulate the former Eala 3, which came up with this bill, but which based, I congratulate also the council and the secretariat, which developed the policy, the gender policy. When you read the policy and the strategy, gender bill and I mean the gender policy and strategy, there are a lot of good programs in it. But the issue here, Right Honorable Speaker, is the follow-up and implementation. One of the things which would help us was the bill, which really highlighted many things, including some of which Honorable Francois brought here. So because I have a little time, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go into details. Just wanted to focus into a few things and support that it should be looked at on it again. Issues of land ownership, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a debate which we can take the whole day here. The land ownership by both men and women. I know we vary in different levels and different from our partner states because of different issues, culture, beliefs, religious, laws, policies. But I think it is high time, Right Honorable Speaker, that the council look on this, and during their deliberations, they need to again understand that land ownership, the time we are in now, is very important. And it is important that also women have access to land. We have experience from many partner states, and we congratulate many partner states who have taken a step to make this land ownership and a resource to be owned by both men and women, including my country, Rwanda, and other partner states. So I wanted to bring to the attention of the council to look at it again. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, you know very well that in agriculture, there is what we call agricultural value chain. Agriculture value chain, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to see women from the productive sector up to the market. It is a process, and if women are only found in the production, and you don't find them into other stages of agricultural value chain, then you are not empowering women, and you cannot empower them to help in this food security and nutrition. I also want to talk about the issue of mechanization, agricultural mechanization. Right Honorable Speaker, we all come from villages. You know, the tools, the equipments which have been used in 100 years ago, they are those who are still used to up to date. So if you find a woman in the farm still using the traditional way, I think as EAC, we need to take another step forward. We cannot say we are going to achieve food security. We are going to do exports for our food products if we don't improve on our agriculture technologies. So one of it being agricultural mechanization. We need machines. We need modern machines to help our women and men in this sector of agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, we also need to look into issues of irrigation, issues of harvesting, to make sure that technology really tackles into all these issues. I know partner states are working very hard to make sure that all the seasons throughout the year we can produce. But if you look at it, you find that the issues of food security are also mainly affected, that we are still using, depending on the climate. And climate change is an obvious thing now. So if we continue, depending on the climate, then it will be a big problem. So mine was to focus on technology in agriculture, issues of resource ownership by both men and women, including land. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of unpaid work. for women is a big problem in our community. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying women should participate in all value chain in our agriculture sector, and decision-making is very, very important. I support the motion, and I urge this assembly to have enough time to discuss on gender issues in this assembly to make sure that this community moves and develops as we want to see it being done. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Oda, Honorable Francine, Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Rujema, Honorable Simon, and Honorable Pamela. And I think that one will be there, and then we conclude so that we go to the next item. So Honorable Francine for that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and congratulations for being elected to be the presiding officer of this afternoon sitting. Right Honorable Speaker, I also congratulate my sister, Honorable Francoise, for this important motion, because it is touching on the life of the most part of the population in the world, but also in the EAC East African community. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about gender equality access, it does not mean that we are only talking about women, but we are talking about men and women, because gender is both. But we still wanted to emphasize on the need of giving priority to women, because for many decades, they have been not really accessing the same rights as men to the production and making decision on how to use the production, especially in rural areas where they are mostly involved in land production. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to focus on capacity building for men, but also for women. For men, because they need to know that granting right to women is granting peace in the family. Granting right to women is granting, let's say, everything for all members of the family, including men, including girls and boys. We have seen, we can't say that in a family, when the family is poor, it is only women who are suffering. They are both suffering together. But in most of the time, we can have men having money. But when it comes to share with the family to get in the same direction on how to use that money, it becomes another problem. And we know that when men is at work, in most of the time in the rural area, we have the women at home taking care of children, and also to prepare everything for the men. When they come home, they will be in an environment that is helping them to be proud of the family where they are. So when the husband has money, it has to be shared in all members of the family. When some women know that when they have to ask for that right, in many cases, it becomes a fight. And when it becomes a fight, most of the victims are women and the girls. So we need to address that issue so that we avoid to have those fighting in the family, because it is affecting, in most of the cases, women and children. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion,
And I would like to emphasize that in EAC, East African Community, we put in place programs that are helping to capacity the members of the family, including men and women, as I said, but also to give a positive action to those families whereby the women are not educated and they are not able to get those other opportunities that can help them to go outside and get, let's say, commercial activities and other things because they don't have that opportunity. So I support the motion, and I would like to say that in everything we have to think on both men and the women so that we can improve together. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francoise Rutazana, Honorable Pierre Celestine Rujema, Dr. Prime Minister. Honorable Francine Rutazana, but I got the Rutazana. Yes. Honorable Prime Minister, karibu.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. First of all, I want to congratulate you for being elected in the seat to this beautiful seat. You deserve it. I wish if for the next term, year 5, we can come and keep it. It can be okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my sister, Honorable Francoise, for bringing this motion. I will be a little bit brief because I agree with this motion on D and E. Mainly on D, when we say we have to enhance women's involvement in agribusiness in the enterprises, and as well as the participation in nutritional food production, and also awareness in education for into school and to integrate nutrition in education. But usually when we say agriculture, we want to focus mainly on climate change and to see the consequences about the climate change. I have, considering what is happening now across the whole world, right, Honorable Speaker, I've tried to follow the media, and for availability and the accessibility of the food for the whole world, look now what is happening nowadays. There are some signs about slowing economy growth through the whole world. Why? There is a kind of global food crisis, a global food crisis with the period we are now living in because of Russia invasion to Ukraine, and we have seen their far-reaching consequences in a variety of areas. The situation started as a humanitarian crisis, and has turned the food and energy security, which become volatile, and raise a question about architecture of global security now. What does that mean? It means that the challenge will not be limited to Ukraine only, no. But due to the globalized world we live in, we pose the challenge across the whole globe, which means in the short or long term, we need a solution. It's the reason why I was saying I agree with the recommendation to revolutionize our methodology of work by making really inclusiveness of youth and the women, and by getting new technology like in irrigation, mechanization, and to increase food production. I think if the Council of the Minister can accept or agree, we need a certain certification on this kind of production of food. And yes, we have to be inclusive, but considering the period we are living in, and I don't think it will be for a short term, it will be for a long term. Look how the price of food are increasing now in every way, even in the East African community. And this motion make me think about that. And I told the speaker, call upon my friend, my honorable members, to see how we can take it seriously. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Rujema. Honorable Simon Bugwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I'd like to congratulate you for being elected today, and that shows that we have a lot of confidence in you, Mr. Speaker. So secondly is to congratulate my fellow member, Hon Francois, for her motion. Just forgive me for the spelling. For her motion, which I believe is very timely. Secondly is to state that that the birth of a global feminism started in Nairobi. It started here in East Africa in 1985, just before a Beijing conference. So in the 1985 World Conference to review and appraise the achievements of the United Nations Decade for Women, Equality, Development, and Peace, that was held in Nairobi, as I said, it was convened at a time when the movement for gender equality had finally gained true global recognition. And the event was described by many as a birth of global feminism. So after that, the conference was well attended because it was attended by 157 governments. And after that, then to review the achievements, that is when in 1985, when we had now the Beijing conference that fully started recognizing women and empowering them. So we are all born of women. And personally, I was raised by a single mother who really toiled to bring me up to where I am today. And I want to concur with my fellow members who said that women are greatly sometimes despised by our communities because there are some meats that they can't eat. There are some places where they can't go into in the house. Sometimes men leave the women to sleep in their beds alone, even when it's cold, which I believe is a form of, we can say that is, that is a denial of some form of right, which I think it is not proper. Land ownership, women are not allowed also to own land in our tradition, which we should change those laws. So I want for us to say that this bill or this motion This motion is very timely, and I want to urge our ministers to adopt the same so that our women can feel safe. Our women can feel privileged to be part of the community and the world. So peace and dignity and the well-being of the family. The custodian is the woman. If you want peace in your house, you must treat your wife nicely. If you want peace. If you don't treat your wife as a man properly, in the evening when you come back, it is total war. So we must treat women nicely for the greater growth of our communities, for the development of our community. In fact, most of the women nowadays, because most of the men, they are not responsible. Our work as men is just to father and run away. But the woman is there to take care of the children. The woman is there to take care of the family. So we want to encourage the council. Please make sure that this motion is fully supported. We want also to make it mandatory for our East African students to have sanitary pads, for the children to have the girl child to have the sanitary pads. Make it mandatory. Make it mandatory to have school feeding programs to support our young girls so that they can be positive when they are growing up, they can have confidence when they are growing up, and that is supporting the East Africans. So, Mr. Speaker, because of time, and I want to agree with Honorable Order, this is a very wide topic which should have more time to be discussed, to be debated. So I want to take this opportunity to support this motion, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Simon Bugwa. Before I call on the next speaker, I just like to concur. You know, we are having a very important motion before us. The issue about gender, the issue about food security is very important, you know. But again, we are having a bit of time challenge, as noticed by Honorable Magembe, and that's why we are trying to kind of to say we raise voices, and the council is taking note. And before we call the mover to make the final, to respond, and also maybe say whether she's accommodating the input she got, then we might ask the Honorable Council Chair if he would like to, you know, come and respond before she winds up. So now, Honorable Pamela Masai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to congratulate you for presiding the honorary seat. And Mr. Speaker, my contribution today will be very short. Mr. Speaker, we all in agreement that in Africa mostly, women are responsible of almost a half of the world's production. And in Africa, we have about 6 to 8% of the food which is being produced by women. And this brings that to our attention that women are more involved in their farming activities. And hence, by them getting involved in these farming activities is the cause of them not getting the proper education. So we have seen that most of the members have contributed, mentioning that most of women are not accessing proper education, and which makes them get lack of either access to finances or also getting the awareness of the food or agriculture agriculture, technology, exposure, and some sort of such kind. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know that if we can engage ourselves and invest in these sectors, which have been mentioned from the motion which was brought or is brought towards this assembly by our sister Umuchiza, we can achieve. If we are going to agree that we need a multi-sectoral approach to enhance the food and nutrition security. We all understand that we need a serious intervention, but this intervention should not only focus on the food and security, but we need to focus on the issues, for example, on education, to strengthen the education systems. We also need to strengthen the availability of clean water and sanitation. We need also to look at the issues to do with livestock. Also, we need to look at the good infrastructures. We all know that if we don't have the proper and good infrastructures, we cannot produce. And even if we're producing, we cannot distribute. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these are just few sectors which we need to do the multi-sectoral intervention. The two sectors which I think are very important we need to push for is that also ensuring that the healthcare systems are strengthened enough, because we also know that most women are affected by health, especially the reproductive health. So we need to also push our governments to put more funds into these sensitive sectors so that they support the food and nutrition security. The last one also is to ensure that the business development, that women get involved and they get the access to funds, because once you capacitate the majority of women from the community, at least we will have a feeling that the community is supported. Mr. Speaker, we all understand that our partner states at EAC, we signed the Malabo Declaration, which we are pushing for CADAP agenda. It is our responsibility as a regional parliament to do a follow-up and look at the partner states and how far they are giving funds to agriculture sector, because they all agree that they are going to give the funds about 10% of the national budget in every year to make sure that they facilitate that sector. So how far are we? How are we pushing our partner states to make sure that they comply with this Malabo Declaration? Mr. Speaker, there are many other agreements regarding the other sectors I've mentioned where we have agreed that to push. So it is our responsibility as members of this assembly and as well as council members who are sitting in the national parliaments to make sure that all these sectors are facilitated enough so that they can push this agenda. Mr. Speaker, by saying this, I beg to support the motion and congratulate my sister, Honorable Francoise, for this well-timed motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pamela Masai. Honorable Francoise Umuchiza, you can reply and, sorry, Honorable, just Mr. Council Chair, would you like to react on this one?
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me join my voice with my fellow MPs, especially joining the wish and the directives that have been conveyed by the members of parliament concerning this issue of great importance. I would like to especially thank Honorable Francoise for moving this motion, which aims at sensitizing partner states to enhance gender equality in access to food and the nutrition security in the community. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am so much interested with this word gender equality. Gender equality. I am not sure maybe if the motion has opened my mind or if I have been more confused. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg the pardon of Honorable Francoise because of what I want to say, gender equality in terms of food security. What I thought was that ladies, women are more favored in this matter. In East Africa, I say what I thought. This is what I thought. That's why I started by saying, I don't know if my mind has been opened or if I am confused. Why do I say that they are more favored? It is because in terms of food, starting from, cultivating, producing food, women take the lead, especially in our community. They take the lead. And in terms of eating, women are the ones who prepare for us the food. And they are the ones, by the way, who eat the first. I don't know. To me, what I had in mind was that women are much favored as far as food is concerned. However, I believe that this is a matter of concern. Food security for all of us. And if Honorable Member of Parliament has raised this motion, it means that they have dug very deep in it. And then as the council, we need to join the MPs and then understand that this is a very big problem or a matter of concern. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank therefore the committee for the motion to enhance gender equality in access to food and the nutrition security in the community. The council welcomes the debate and the recommendations, and will study them with a view to implement them. The council will continue to engage the secretariat to further the implementation of the gender policy and the strategy. As a community, we have put into place a number of gender mainstreaming tools. These tools include gender mainstreaming guidelines and checklists, the gender mainstreaming strategy, and the gender mainstreaming handbook. With regard to relevant policies, the Council has adopted an EAC Gender Policy 2018, EAC Youth Policy 2013, EAC COVID Policy 2016, and the EAC Health Policy. Council therefore commits to ensure implementation of all policies and welcomes all recommendations made by this assembly. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the EAC gender policy has 14 priority areas, including food and nutrition. The council will also do whatever is required to further gender mainstreaming. We thank the members for debating these issues and the recommendations, and I believe the council will look into all this. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker. Additional clarification from the minister.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Can you?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to ask through you if Honorable Minister can tell us, maybe as long as I think the CTC is here, if he can help us to know where the gender bill is and how far it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, where, because the bills, when it goes to the partner states gives comments or before it goes for assent. So we don't know exactly where the bill now is, which stage it is now.
Maybe C is the one who can do that. CTC, can you just?
For the clarification.
The CTC can do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, as you know, when that was a private member's bill, and when it was passed, I think it was passed by the Third Assembly, and it was sent to partner states for comments. But for a number of reasons, it was not, we were not able to present it to summit for assent. I'm aware that there's a women network in East Africa which is pursuing this matter. And I think at the earliest opportunity, we should be able to present it to the summit for assent, as long as partner states don't have any issues with it. So, and I'm happy that the Chair Council is here. Once we get the indication that partner states have no problem with the bill, then we should be able to present it to summit for assent. But otherwise, it is one of those bills that, one of those private members' bills that is still pending.
I think Mr. CTC has not said the exact problem and where the problem is coming from. Yeah, but I believe there is a problem, and for some reasons, maybe the CTC does not want to. Can you give more details, CTC, so that members are more informed about what is the problem?
No, Chair. Right Honorable Speaker, I think that's the most I can say, because the bottom line is that he has not received assent up to now, because there are some issues. I mean, partner states have not given us a go ahead. And
so how many partner states haven't given the clearance?
Well, that is something that now I'll have to update. But the time it came up in the Third Assembly, it's one of the things that were lined up for assent by the summit, but then we didn't get the approval of the partner states to do so.
But you see, there'll be some partner states that have assented, and there'll be other partner states that have not assented. Maybe they're having reservations. So we would like to know how many partner states have assented, and how many are yet to assent.
You know, Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge you have is that you need consensus. At the end of the day, everybody must agree. So even if it is one that has an issue, you cannot proceed with the bill until everybody is on board. but it's a matter that we are going to follow up.
Okay, Honorable Dr. Oda. No, Honorable Agasindigwa. You see, I'm predicting for you to get a doctorate. So it's very good.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe let me accept that I can maybe go to the city's office because I've been following on this. And I think CTC knows very well that we are representing those partner states. And if there is any problem in any partner state, we can help his office to clarify. Because when he says that a civil society organization is working on it, while we are here, and we didn't receive any feedback from the partner states so that we can understand, even during our sensitization, to look at it and elaborate it more. But maybe to make this assembly move forward to another item, I accept that I can visit him once again and maybe see how we can work together to make sure that this bill comes to the assembly.
Point of information.
Because we really need it.
Yes. I want to thank Honorable Oda for raising this issue. I want to remind the Assembly that some time back, I think in 2019 or 2018, this Assembly was petitioned. So I just wanted to remind the Assembly that this Assembly was petitioned by civil society organization from the Republic of Uganda, especially those, mainly those organizations that are dealing with women's rights promotion. And they were petitioning Eala on 3 bills: the gender equality bill, the bill on female genital mutilation, and then the bill on human trafficking. All these are very important bills that were passed in Eala 3 in 2016. And you can imagine all the issues are very key to the empowerment of women, but also to fighting gender-based violence in our community. So maybe as the follow-up, CTC should follow up on all this because we have already been petitioned as a community and it's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me just conclude this matter on this way. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza happens to be the Secretary General of the female caucus of Eala. So when she's standing there, she's also speaking as the Secretary General. Yeah, as I said, she's happening to be. So she happens to be wearing that hat as well. So I never took it away. It is still there. So, Honorable CTC, kindly, because the leadership of the female caucus is following this matter up, and they will engage you and kindly offer cooperation with them, so that they follow this matter, especially this one for gender equality and the one for female genital mutilation. These bills are very pertinent, and they came to this assembly, so they'll follow up. For that particular matter, now I am welcoming Honorable Francoise Omuchiza to respond, and so that we put the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, once again for the floor. I will try to be brief. Mr. Speaker, I will start with commenting on the concern of the council member, Honorable Minister Ezekiel, present, as I thank him for the presence. Honorable Minister, through you, these recommendations are addressed to the council for action. As I concur with you that the understanding of gender equality is a progressive process. Hence, Mr. Speaker, allow me to request a capacity building of members of this house, maybe the council members also together, as far as gender equality understanding is concerned, because we should move on the same pace. When I was justifying my motion, I said that the gender audit, the East African Community gender audit, tried to look at the mainstreaming gender at this community in all levels. And they found that though we have beautiful frameworks, laws, regulations, policies, among policies, you have gender policy that was launched in 2018, following up with these two bills we are talking that the House had already approved and cannot be found. So these are issues of implementation that are lacking to make sure gender equality is achieved. Honorable Francine has put it well that gender equality is the matter of both men and women. It's true. So when we bring motions like this, we are trying to bridge the identified gaps. And those gaps are part of, this commitment. They are part of, international covenants. But EAC needs to address the gaps. And when we talk of also gender equality, we are talking of equal rights, equal opportunities for both men and women. So if we find the balance is not in an equity way, so we try to make sure we address the balance by bringing these motions so that we can move together. And then if I proceed with the other concerns of the motion immediately, I go directly to the proposed amendment on recommendation F. This urge partner states to implement consistent and inclusive school feeding programs to ensure that young girls enroll. When we included young girls specifically, we had already put inclusive school feeding. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of inclusive, this is also a terminology for under UN SDGs.
Honorable Francois, it's like, are you going to make the amendment, or if you're not?
Yeah,
then we
I'm
proceed.
explaining why boys are already inclusive in this statement. When we talk of inclusive school feeding, it means no one left behind. That is inclusiveness in food, access, education for all, like Honorable also alluded to that we should support education for all. That's called inclusive education. But inclusive school feeding, because this motion is about access to food, security, and nutrition, we focused on school feeding. So girls were brought on board here specifically because this motion is talking about girls as having specific issues related to menstruation. For instance, their biological status, those ones that need special attention that the boys don't have, but boys are already on board here in this statement. And this is also under universal values, principle 2, leave no one behind of UNSDG, part of the central transformation we need in this community. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the members that contributed to this motion, but before that, as I worked closely with the leadership of Eala Women Forum, even the chairperson of Eala Women Forum is the seconder of this motion. This shows that the content of this motion should be genuine and also be aligned with the accepted terminologies, such as if we read the and whereas there is whereas dead and whereas vulnerable population groups such as women. So after this motion was out, we agreed that women are not part of vulnerable people because of being women, just being women. No, it can't be a status of vulnerability because this statement was, put somewhere in the documentation. I also recommend that EAC amends, some documentation that are talking of women as a vulnerable group. So I think it's captured by the Hansard. Let me then thank the honorable members who contributed to this motion. Honorable Dr. Anne Ito, my seconder, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Alak Gabriel, Honorable Daga Sinzigwa, Honorable Francine Rutazana, Honorable Dr. Guijema, Honorable Simon Bogwa, Honorable Pamela Masai, Honorable Minister Ezekiel Council Member. I thank you also, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I believe this motion would have, every other member would have liked to contribute, but because of lack of time, we now come to an end. And now I put the question that the motion, this assembly do resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers to recommend the partner states to enhance gender equality in access to food and nutrition security in the community be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So that item has
Other members, when we started this plenary in the morning, the Right Honorable Speaker changed the program by skipping item 3 and 4 and going to item 5. So now we go back to item 3. Report of the Committee on Accounts on the benchmarking mission on the trade on the mandate of the National Assemblies and implementation of recommendations of parliaments on annual audit reports by way of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Accounts.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations. I move a motion that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the benchmarking mission on the mandate of Public Accounts Committee for the National Assembly and implementation of recommendations of Parliament on annual reports be adopted.
Seconders. Honorable Ambassador Ndagiza, Honorable Pierre Claver Rakamvi, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Barimuyabo, Honorable Professor Kalinda, Honorable Aher, Honorable Nzeimana Leontine. Thank you very much. The motion has been seconded. Justifications, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Because of the interest of time, I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is a short report, much unlike our audited reports. So I will go straight to page number 5 and start with point 2, objectives of the activity. The objectives of the activity were to, 1, understand the legal and institutional framework of accountability, appreciate the contribution made by the public accounts committees, draw lessons and good practices in respect to parliamentary role in holding the executive accountable, explore areas of cooperation between national parliaments and Eala for enhanced accountability at the level of EAC. Item number 3, methodology. During the planning and consideration of this activity, it was agreed that the committee divide itself into 3 teams to first undertake this activity into the republics of Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda. The republics of Burundi, South Sudan, and the United Republic of Tanzania will be covered during the subsequent committee activity. The committee had interactive sessions with the public accounts and budget committees, during which discussions and sharing of experiences on how the oversight function and examination of audited financial statements are undertaken. Item number 4, which is observations and findings. 4.1, Republic of Kenya, interaction with the Public Accounts Committee at the Kenya National Assembly. The following pertinent issues form the cornerstone of the accountability framework of the Kenya National Assembly. A, oversight and scrutiny of the accountability function on the usage of public funds are undertaken by the following committees. The Public Accounts Committee examines the accounts of ministries, departments, agencies, and any other entity. Public Accounts and Investment Committee examines the accounts of public authorities such as Kenya Roads Authority, Kenya Airports Authority, etc., and special funds accounts, examines the accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, the Equalization Fund, the Judiciary Fund, and the Political Parties Fund, and any other fund that is established by law as the Speaker may direct. The leadership of these accountability committees is drawn from the coalition or party not forming the government. Mandate and establishment of the Public Accounts Committee. The committee is a select committee of the House and derives its mandate from Standing Order 2051, which inter alia states that there shall be a select committee to be designated the Public Accounts Committee for the examination of the accounts, showing the appropriation of the sum voted by the House to meet the public expenditure, and as such other accounts laid before the House as the committee may think fit. The committee was informed that according to the definition of the Kenya National Assembly standing orders, all House committees are select committees. They offer mechanism for enabling public engagement and legitimization of the operations of Parliament. The primary mandate of the committee is to carry out an oversight on expenditure of its public funds by ministries, departments, and agencies, or any other entity. To this end, the mandate of PAC is far-reaching and wide-touching. The committee is adequately facilitated to promote the realization of the mandate in which the government, Parliament, and the entire public has an interest. It ensures that value for money and government financial regulations and procedures are adhered to. It executes its mandate based on the annual special audit reports prepared by the Office of the Auditor General, which are submitted to it for scrutiny and review. Article 229 of the Kenya Constitution obligates the committee to report back to the House within 3 months on its findings. However, the committee was informed that due to the sheer volume of work involved, this timeline is rarely complied with. Arrangements and considerations are currently underway to review the standing orders to split the committee such that the mandate is shared with the two committees which are going to be created. This will enhance efficiency and effectiveness. 4.3 Guiding Principles. The committee was informed that in the execution of its mandate, aforestated, PAC is guided by core constitutional and statutory principles on public finance management, as well as established customs, traditions, practices, and usages. These principles include the following. 1. Constitutional principles on public finance. Drawn from Article 201 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, the article provides a wide latitude and mandate on the public finance governance by spelling out the key fundamental principles that guide all aspects of public finance in the Republic of Kenya. The same article provides the core principles that are obligatory in the management of public funds. This includes openness and accountability, including public participation in financial matters, and prudent and responsible use of public funds, including timely fiscal reporting. Thus, the committee places a high premium on these principles, which have been a cornerstone in the entire process that has culminated in the production and processing of its reports in a timely manner. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Finance is required to report back to Parliament through a Treasury memorandum on the status of implementation of the committee's recommendations to government. 2. Direct personal liability. In order to comply with Article 2265 of the Constitution, the committee ensures that individual liability and personal responsibility are enforced. This is in consonance with the above article, which emphasizes that if the holder of a public office, including political office, directs or approves the use of public funds contrary to law or instructions, the person is liable for any loss arising from that use and shall make good the loss whether the person remains holder of the office or not. Thus, in a bid to actualize and render effect to this constitutional provision, as PANCARE for holding each individual accounting officer and other public officers directly and personally liable for any loss of public funds under their watch, the committee regularly invokes this provision in its recommendations to hold those responsible personally accountable. The resultant effect of this provision is to serve as a deterrent measure for accounting officers who might have a high affinity and appetite for misuse of public funds. 3, obligations of accounting officers. Committee was informed that Section 68(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 provides inter alia that an accounting officer for a national government entity, Parliamentary Service Commission, which is in bracket the Senate and National Assembly, and the judiciary shall be accountable to the National Assembly for ensuring that the resources of the respective entity for which he or she is the accounting officer are used in a way that is lawful, authorized, and effective, efficient, economical, and transparent. This provision obligates all accounting officers to appear before the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly to respond to the audit queries in their respective ministries, departments, or agencies. In addition, Section 74(2) of the same Public Finance Management Act stipulates that if Cabinet Secretary reasonably believing that an accounting officer is engaging in or has engaged in improper conduct within the meaning of subsection 4, the Cabinet Secretary shall take such measures as may be provided in regulations or refer the matter to the relevant office or body in terms of the statutory and other conditions of appointment or employment applicable to that accounting officer. The committee was informed that this provision sealed a long-standing loophole that saw previously accounting officers who continue to commit or preside over fiscal indiscipline and malpractice in their ministries with impunity without sanction. Using this constitutional provision stated herein above and ensuring that prudent and responsible use of public funds remains the cornerstone of public finance governance to which the committee derives its core mandate, the committee accordingly has variously and severally applied these provisions to recommend diverse disciplinary actions, investigations, and surcharging of various persons found to bear responsibility for breaches of the law or responsible for the loss or wastage of public funds. The committee is comprised of 18 members, and the membership has changed 3 times during the 1st, 4th, and 5th session in October 2018, July 2020, and March 2021, following the normal political party reshuffle of the committee's membership. I'm now on page 9, committee membership to regional bodies. PAC has taken an active paid-up membership and participation in regional bodies that seek to synergize the work of public accounts committees. These are the East African Association of Public Accounts Committees, African Organization of Public Accounts Committees, and the Commonwealth Association of Public Accounts Committees. Membership to these bodies provide a unique yet amazing platform for peer review and exchanges across the continent and beyond. The committee currently holds a position of Secretary General in both the EAA-PAC and the AfroPAC. It also hosts the secretariats of both organizations. The committee was further informed that respective committee clerks have continued to go beyond their normal duties by offering their services in these organizations as the secretariats. Achievements. The following achievements were attained. 1, cleared the backlog of the Auditor General reports, which is now up to date, tabled various reports on the examination of the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 2021, actualized the implementation of a very important provisions of Article 22(6)(5) of the Constitution by directly apportioning culpability to various public officers. The committee also, through the chairman as the Secretary General of the African Organization of Public Accounts Committees, negotiated and agreed on a draft memorandum of understanding to be signed between the Parliamentary Service Commission and AfroPAC with regard to hosting and the support given to the AfroPAC Secretariat. Challenges faced by the committee. The following challenges hinder the committee from further executing its mandate. 1, time constraints. The committee faced major time constraints in execution of its mandate which included strict timelines in the examination of annual audit reports. Members are often compelled to struggle and make huge sacrifices in a bid to adhere to the reporting timelines. 2, undue influence. The committee has faced various and numerous influences that derail its work through unsubstantiated and unwarranted claims, much of which seem to be driven more by political expediency and malice made against members of the committee. This was experienced during the adoption of the report of the accounts of the IEBC for the financial year 2016-2017. The committee members, however, remained unbowed and true to their calling. 3, interference with the independence of the Office of the Auditor General. This has been done to weaken the accountability framework and prudent use of public funds. 4, auditing of confidential expenditure. The committee faced major challenges in the examination of reports of confidential expenditure, classified security expenditures, since it touches on one of the most critical government operations. However, the committee was guided by the fact that all public funds should be subjected to review by the representatives of the people. 5, flippancy by accounting officers. Most accounting officers were found to not take seriously the mandate of the committee and indeed the institution of parliament. This included the accounting officers who deliberately provide unsatisfactory or incomplete and sometimes misleading responses to audit queries, insistent requests for rescheduling of the appearance before the committee, and in some instances, outright lack of familiarity with operations in their respective ministry, departments, and agencies, and international public sector accounting standards, as well as the public finance procedures and regulations. 6, delayed special audits. Delayed execution of special audits by the Office of the Auditor General at times delimits the committee from carrying out its oversight mandate. This at times is due to lack of capacity, staffing gaps, and inadequate funding on the part of the Auditor General. Misuse or abuse of legal process. The committee was informed that certain officials in government found culpable deliberately delay, frustrate, or even block implementation of its recommendations using the court system. The committee considers this an affront on its role and the mandate of Parliament as a supreme oversight institution of the nation. 8, enroachment on the mandate of the PAC. It was reported that other arms of government have recently increasingly encroached on the mandate of the committee. For instance, the committee notes that there is a conflict between the functions of the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Investments Committee. Any money voted by Parliament for government ministries, judiciary, and the legislature should fall within purview of the PAC. The standing orders are clear on the mandate of PAC as cited earlier. I'm now on page 12, Republic of Uganda. Findings. In the Parliament of Uganda, the oversight, accountability, function, and usage of public funds is carried out by the following committees: Public Accounts Committee, Local Government Public Accounts Committee, and the Commission, statutory authorities, and state enterprises. 5.1, meeting with the Public Accounts Committee and Commission, statutory authority, and state enterprises. It was reported that the standing committees of Parliament of Uganda are established under Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. The Public Accounts Committee, Central, and Commission, statutory authorities, and state enterprises hold government accountable and are chaired by the opposition as a way of upholding the spirit of togetherness, but also as a measure for checks and balances. Its main functions are to examine audited accounts as presented by the Auditor General and refer to the PAC, examine the appropriation of funds to ascertain if the expenditure incurred was in accordance with the priorities approved by Parliament, oversee missions abroad for due diligence, and submit a report to the floor of the House for debate within a period of 6 months of referral of the Auditor General's report. The PAC also conducts meetings in form of public hearings and has the power to summon witnesses or cause the submission of evidence before the committee. This committee has powers of the High Court. Respective ministries are forced to implement Public Accounts Committee recommendations before their budget lines are approved by Parliament. Meeting with the Budget Committee. During the interaction, it was observed that the budgeting process at the Parliament of Uganda is unique in that after studying the main budget document, the Budget Committee invites the respective committees of Parliament to assist in scrutinizing the budgeted items that fall within respective committee mandates. For example, the Parliamentary Committee on Defense was called to assist in vetting the items in the defense budget, while the Committee on Health was also called to share their views on the items presented in the budget for Ministry of Health before the final budget is presented to the House. Recommendations. 1. Comply with the Audit Act of 2008 to enact legal frameworks to enforce checks and balances so as to ensure timely accountability, as is with the case of the Parliament of Uganda. It is noted that the legal framework that governs the Committee on Accounts is still lacking. Ensure that due process is at all times followed when cross-examining audit suspects and a fair hearing on either side is granted before any measure is taken. Eala should move together if they want to achieve the Assembly's objectives instead of focusing on country politics. Eala should not only be objective, but must strive to be seen to be the objective, and in so doing, it will obviously excel. To continue urging for improvement on matters of accountability by doing the evidence-based investigations, even if the committee recommendations are not acted upon, there are at least short gains by exposing the culprits. Referring to the procurement gaps and fake academic documents as well as by the Audit Commission reports, Eala should consider establishing a committee on ethics and integrity to consider such impropriety. The Secretary General and Council of Ministers should at all times ensure timely contributions by partner states to avoid instances of poor budget performance. Members to interact with the respective partner states and compel them to pay, otherwise the paying partner states may also relax. The Speaker of Eala should frequently liaise with the heads of state to address matters of delayed country remittances of funds to the community. Eala, like Parliament of Uganda, should adopt a Treasury memorandum format for tracking the status of implementation of all recommendations made by the Committee on Accounts, as opposed to the current framework where the Council of Ministers determines what should be forwarded to the heads of state. Then, on the continued resistance by the East Africa Development Bank to be audited by the EAC Audit Commission, it was noted that the Parliament of Uganda annually approves funds for the EADB as an entity of the community. Eala should therefore seek the political intervention of Council and heads of state to resolve the audit matters of the EADB. During the interactive session with the Committee on Public Accounts of the National Assembly of Rwanda, Eala Accounts Committee was informed on the following, as provided for by the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda 203, revised in 2015. The current Parliament of Rwanda is bicameral, composed of the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. The mission of the Parliament of Rwanda is to legislate, exercise oversight of government activities, represent the population, and promote parliamentary diplomacy. Each chamber is structured as follows: the Plenary Assembly, the Conference of Chairpersons, the Bureau. Each bureau is comprised of a speaker or president and 2 deputies respectively, and standing committees. Each chamber has, in addition, the committee in charge of the conduct of members and assessment of the activities of respective chambers. Ad hoc committees and commissions of inquiry may be established for a specific purpose. The Public Accounts Committee legal framework, it draws its mandate from the following constitutional provisions. Article 166 of the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda, 203 as revised in 2015. Article 3(9) of the Organic Law establishing internal rules of procedure of the Chamber of Deputies in the Parliament as modified and complemented to date. Law on State Finances and Property, Law on Public Procurement, Financial Procedure Manual Volume 1, 2, and 3. The Public Accounts Committee responsibilities are: 1, analysis of the report of the Auditor General of State Finances with respect to the use of the national budget and the patrimony and preparation of draft recommendations within 6 months of the date of submission of such reports to the Assembly, follow up on the implementation of resolutions adopted by the Plenary Assembly during the analysis of the report of the Auditor General of State Finances, consideration, study, and submission of the report on general accounts of institutions which use national budgets and patrimony, preparation of reports on the use of the national budget, consideration, study, and submission to the plenary sitting of the report on accounts of institutions which use the national budget and patrimony. Performance of such other duties related to the use of national budget and patrimony within public institutions and governmental organizations. The Parliament's control over public spending is aligned to the public financial management cycle as follows. The Minister of Finance and Economic Planning submits the budget framework paper to both chambers of Parliament not later than 30th April of each year. The Parliament analyzes the BFP and submits comments not later than 30th May of the current fiscal year. The Minister submits a finance bill to Parliament not later than 15th June of each year. The Chamber of Deputies adopts the finance law before 30th June of each year. Office of the Auditor General submits a complete report to both chambers of Parliament in a joint session prior to the commencement of the session devoted to the examination of the budget of the following year. Parliament examines the report, takes appropriate decisions within the period not exceeding 6 months. The Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies forwards the report to PAC for further scrutiny. The committee report with proposals of resolutions is elaborated and submitted to the plenary for approval before submitting the resolutions to the executive through the Prime Minister. Sometimes the plenary may recommend to exercise an oversight on the minister by 1, oral questions, written questions, hearing before committees, commission of inquiry, interpellation. This normally leads to a vote of no confidence. Strategies for scrutinizing the Auditor General's report. After receiving the Auditor General's report from the Right Honorable Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, the PAC uses the following strategies. The committee subdivided into working subcommittees to make a detailed analysis on the report of each and every institution. Subcommittees supported by technical staff conduct the analysis of the report, in-depth consultation with the OAG who conducted the audit for further insights, writing to institutions that have not obtained clean audit reports, conduct field visits for collecting the additional information on the ground, preparation of public hearing, elaborating questions to be asked to every specific institution, and conduct public hearing. The hearing is conducted in public with the presence of media so that the general public is informed on the expenditure of public funds. 1. Summoned are the chief budget managers or accounting officers, board chairs, and council chairs accompanied by senior technical staff in positions of public finance management. Invited are representatives from the OAG, prosecution, Ministry of Finance, Public Procurement Authority, Ministry of Justice, and Rwanda Investigation Bureau. Writing to institutions which did not satisfy PAC with the answers. Important issues raised are subject to requesting the OAG to conduct performance audit. Full report with proposals of resolutions is elaborated and submitted to the plenary for approval before submitting the resolutions to the executive through the Prime Minister. Evaluation of the implementation of the plenary resolutions on PAC reports. 1. The Prime Minister submits to Parliament the report on the implementation of recommendations. The committee analyzes the report of implementation of recommendations and conducts field visits to get more information and the reality from the ground. 3. The committee produces a comprehensive report and submits it to the Bureau of the Chamber of Deputies before presenting it to the plenary. Observation. The chairperson of PAC informed the Eala Accounts Committee that since the establishment of PAC in 2010, there has been an improvement in public finance management. Government institutions are getting unqualified audit reports, unlike before. He said that the PAC controls the public spending through public finance management cycle. The committee made the following observation. Since it started, PAC and Parliament in general has contributed to the improvement of public finance management. This is evidenced by the increase in percentage of institutions that obtain unqualified audit reports. The collaboration and coordination of anti-corruption institutions has been strengthened which resulted into successful prosecution and recovery of public funds. PAC functions are guided by a clear framework. The committee is supported by a team of technical staff. The Parliament examines the report and takes the appropriate decisions within a period not exceeding 6 months. The hearing is conducted in public with the presence of media, so the general public is informed on the expenditure of public funds. Summoned are the chief budget managers, accounting officers, board chairs, council chairs, accompanied by the technical staff. Invited are also representatives from the OAG, Prosecution, Ministry of Finance, Public Procurement Authority, Ministry of Justice, and Rwanda Investigation Bureau. The committee recommends to the Assembly the following. 1, to organize periodical visits between committees for experience and skill sharing, initiate a regional forum or conference on accountability, to plan for the committee clerk's joint session on experience sharing, for example, the audit report analysis, reports writing, monitoring of implementation of recommendations and capacity building. Accounts committee should be given enough time to scrutinize the audit report, to urge council ministers to provide technical support staff for the audit report scrutiny, to establish a follow-up mechanism for the implementation of the Assembly's audit recommendations, to urge the Council of Ministers to report back to the Assembly on the implementation of the Assembly's audit recommendations, to urge Council of Ministers to introduce performance and value for money audit. General observations. 1, membership to the regional and international public accountability committees. The House may recall that of recent, Eala, just like the other regional parliaments, was a member of the East African Association of Public Accounts Committee, African Organization of Public Accounts Committee, and the Commonwealth Association of Public Accounts Committee, just to mention a few. However, membership to these bodies was terminated in 2017 due to financial constraints in the EAC. This affected the committee's participation, thus curtailing the benefits and synergies accruing from being a member of such organizations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to ensure that a new budget line is created to facilitate the Committee on Accounts to rejoin these accountability organizations. 2, legal framework to strengthen accountability framework in the EAC. From the committee findings, it is apparent that all 3 partner states the committee visited have put in place a legislative framework to regulate and ensure that good governance and accountability practices are put in place to ensure proper use and management of public resources. The Republic of Uganda enacted the Public Finance Management Act, the Budget Act, and Inspectorate of Government Act, the Anti-Corruption Act, among others. The Republic of Rwanda enacted the Tax Law and the Public Finance Management Act. The Republic of Kenya enacted the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Management Act 2012, the Finance Act 2021, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, respectively. The above legislative framework notwithstanding, the committee observes that the financial legislative framework of EAC is being governed by the EAC Financial Rules and Regulation, the EAC Procurement Rules and Regulations, among others. The committee observes that there is a need for a sound and progressive financial mechanism to be put in place, and this should be in form of apparent law to guide the financial management in the community. Committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that a matter of urgency and priority, it expedites the enactment of the Public Finance Management Act so as to streamline the financial framework in the EAC. Committee on Implementation and Follow-up. As observed within the main report, most of the partner states have put in place committees of implementation and follow-up. For instance, the Kenya National Assembly established the committee solely responsible for scrutinizing the resolutions of the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, and undertakings given by the National Executive. The Uganda Parliament established a Committee on Government Assurances. This is charged with scrutinizing the assurances, promises, undertakings, etc., made by the government from time to time. The committee also follows up on its previous recommendations. As reported in the past and present committee reports, the Assembly Accounts Committee and Audit Commission recommendations have largely remained unimplemented. According to the Audit Commission report for the financial year 30th June 2019, it details the status of implementation of the previous recommendations as follows. The assessment of the status on the implementation of the previous audit recommendations revealed that only 16% of the audit recommendations made in the financial year 2017-2018 were fully implemented, while the rest were either partially implemented or not implemented as at the time of the audit in June 2021. The details are below on page 20 in that table, with implemented at 16%, partially implemented 5%, not implemented 9%. In addition to the status of implementation of our audit recommendations for the financial year ended 30th June 2019, as of June 2021, is as presented below in the table, where status of implementation, non-implemented was 8%, partially implemented 13%, not implemented 72%, overtaken by event for 7%. The committee observes that the non-implementation of the previous recommendations implies that anomalies noted might have continued to recur, hence affecting the operational efficiency of the EAC Secretariat and its projects. Committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers that 1, it takes appropriate action to ensure the audit recommendations are followed up and implemented promptly. 2, just like the EAC National Parliament, put in place a committee specifically to follow up the implementation of the recommendations of the Audit Commission, the Assembly, and the Council directives. 4, the biggest constraints the committee has encountered in undertaking its oversight activities have largely hinged on the time allocated to it. In most cases, the time is limited, yet the volume of work is voluminous to be completed in the specific time. The Audit Commission reports require careful scrutiny and in-depth analysis. As severally reported, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that Council allocates additional time and resources such that it can be enabled to undertake deep and thorough scrutiny of the reports that are forwarded to it by Council. 5, independence of the Accounts Committee. The national parliaments are independent to carry out the audit function without external influence. However, it was observed that since Eala is not autonomous, it always had a backlash from the other EAC organs and institutions when individuals are named due to misconduct. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers and the EAC Secretariat to ensure that the directives made on the 33rd meeting of the Council of Ministers granting Eala and the East Africa Court of Justice financial and administrative autonomy be effected. Conclusion. The Committee on Accounts wishes to thank the Right Honorable Speaker, members, the clerk, and the entire administration of the Assembly for supporting it to carry out its benchmarking mission. The committee further appreciates the valuable time and information accorded to it by the National Assemblies of Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. The committee hopes that the findings and recommendations contained in this report will greatly improve the performance of the Accounts Committee and Eala at large. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair. Thank you very much, Committee Chair for Accounts, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo. Now, before I come to the debate, CTC, you know, there's an issue concerning Article 9 of the treaty, Article 9.3, specifically the issue of EADB. Probably you would like to talk about it when we are winding up. So now the motion before the floor is that the report on the Committee on Accounts on benchmarking missions, on the mandate on the National Assemblies and implementation of recommendation of Parliament on annual audit reports be adopted. So the debate is open. Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyabo, Honorable Dr. Oda, So we'll go in that order. Honorable Dr. Honorable John Cloudberry Buyambo, karibu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak about this report. And I also would like to take this time to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, for winning the trust of these members and be elevated to that position, and it fits you well. I wish you well in the future so that you can also assume that position or even a higher position than that one. That Honorable Speaker, I want first to declare that I was part of the team which visited and interacted with the Public Accounts Committee in the National Parliament of Rwanda, Chamber of Deputies. And during that visit, we have been able to learn a lot. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a huge gap between the Committee on Accounts of Eala and the Public Accounts Committee in the national parliaments. And it ranges from even the legal framework within our committee and the committees in the national parliaments work, and also the facilitations we get in terms of the scrutiny of audit reports. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that the Public Accounts Committee in the National Parliament of Rwanda, its work is guided by the Public Finance Management Law and the Public Procurement Law, which we don't have here in this community. Our finances are managed based on the financial rules and regulations, and the procurement also is managed using procurement procedures. So we need this kind of laws in this community so that we can be able to do our work diligently and professionally. You all also know that there are also some discrepancies and some gaps in the existing financial rules and regulations of the community. That is why even the council has now opted to the review of the same. But it is also urgent that you have this kind of laws in the community, like Public Finance Management Acts and also procurement acts. And this might also help us to resolve the issues we have been having in the audit reports. And you know, and all the members also know that the main issues we have got in the audit reports are the bigger part of them, it is related to procurement issues. So having a procurement act in the community can also help us to solve those queries which are recurrent in the audit reports. Honorable Speaker, we have been also able to, we were informed that in the National Parliament of Rwanda, the Public Accounts Committee is given 6 months to scrutinize the audit report, prepare the report of the committee, and also to follow up implementation of the recommendations of the National Parliament with regard to these audit reports. Honorable Speaker, you know that the Accounts Committee is only given 12 days to do the same work which is done in the 6 months in the national parliaments. They want us to do the same work in 12 days and prepare a report, present the report, and also follow up with the recommendations. That explains the huge difference and the huge gap existing between the national parliaments and how we operate in Eala. So I appeal to the Council of Ministers. It's unfortunate that the Council of Ministers who was present has stepped out, but I believe the CTC is taking notes of what we are saying, and the recommendation is also here presented in the report, so that the Council of Ministers also can take due attention to these issues so that they can be able to allocate more time to this committee. The National Parliament of Rwanda, after preparing the report, they also sometimes they submit the report. It is to the assembly, and once it is passed by the assembly together with the recommendations, it is submitted to the Prime Minister's office for implementation. And the Prime Minister's office also tasks the different ministries and institutions to implement those recommendations. After a particular time, they have to report back. When they report back, there is what they do also, they go on the field to counter-verify the figures and the facts presented in the implementation report. We don't have that kind of procedure here in the assembly. I think also by allocating enough time to this committee, you can be able, and also enough resources, you can be able also to go on the field to know what is really happening. And there is something which we also are failing to do, because in the partner states, they have been able to even move from doing this normal audit, and also they do what they call performance and value for money audit. That was Speaker, that helps a lot, because there are some projects, I will not give examples, but there are some projects which are planned, they are budgeted for, but you find that during implementation, the money is doubled or tripled. The actual money spent on those projects is much bigger than what was budgeted for because of failures here and there. So I would like to appeal to the Council of Ministers also to look into those issues. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to highlight that it is important to have also value for money audit, so that we can be able to utilize efficiently our resources. Honorable Speaker, with these remarks, I beg to submit and support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barry Muyabo. Honorable Dr. Oda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And also I would like to thank the Assembly for giving us this opportunity of benchmarking. And I think these are really good for us to bridge any gaps which may be there in our community and in our committees. Right Honorable Speaker, we have found that there are some challenges, common challenges also, which the other committees in our partner states face, like challenges of most of the accounting officers not really taking the committee seriously, and then they don't take the mandate of the committee serious. This we have found that the other partner states also suffer from this, and sometimes the culpable deliberately delay or frustrate or even block the implementation of the recommendation of the committee, which we also find in this committee of ours and community of ours. Sometimes the committee finds some of the culpable, but they are not, the recommendation are not taken seriously, and sometimes even they block the implementation of this recommendation. On the other side, Right Honorable Speaker, we found that the committees of account in the other partner states, especially me, I went to Kampala, Uganda, that they have more privileges and more powers than us because they are so independent. And that's why I want to add, I wish that the members of the Council of Ministers were here, but I think as my colleagues said, the CTC will be taking notes of this. I add my voice to the committee to recommend to the Council of Ministers that let them really implement the directive made on the 33rd meeting of the Council of Ministers, granting Eala and the EAC Court of Justice financial and administrative autonomy. Let that directive be effective, because this is what will really give the committee the weight it has. The other recommendation, which I want to add my voice to, is the renewal of membership to regional and international accountability committees. We have found that this committee of ours of the account used to travel and then benchmark with other regional and international committees. In 2017, I think this one is stopped, but as a committee, we want this membership to be renewed. I think it's not that expensive for the capacity building and the knowledge which the committee members will get from this international and regional benchmarking. With these few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the report of the account committee, and I want also to congratulate the account committee under the leadership of our able chairperson, Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Oda, Honorable Francine, Honorable Engineer Mnya, Honorable Professor Kalinda, and finally, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. And Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ibrahim. No, that's you're coming after Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to congratulate the committee on account for a good report and the chair for a good presentation. I have a few comments on the report. One is concerning the audit report itself. The experience in EAC shows that the account committee is highlighting on emphasizing on the scrutinizing the expenditure and it's a expenditure and the revenues on the books, but they are not taking, or they don't have enough time to do the performance of the audit, what we call the audit performance. And that one is helping to have the idea on the impact of the resources on the community. Maybe it is because of the time they have to make their function, but it is so necessary for the committee to make this audit performance because it is relating to the value of money. We don't have only to account what is spent, but we need to know how far is it used in the community to impact on the beneficiaries. So I would like to recommend that as far as it will be possible to make both the review of expenditure, but also the performance of the value of money, so that we can have that impact on the community. And I suggest that also parallelly to the budget committee, so that they can be able to make the performance of the budget as far as the implementation is concerned. Secondly, I would like also to emphasize on the implementation of the recommendations of audit report. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we see what is now implemented as recommendations, we can see on page 20 that in a 2017-2018 report, only 17% of the recommendations were implemented. And in the following year, 2018-19, it is only 8%. This is really a discouragement, even for the work which is done by the committee. And we urge the council to make a strong recommendation on that and to make a strong action so that we can have the value also for money of that work that is done by the account committee and also the commissioners, audit commissioners. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is also a bill which has been brought, I think, by Honorable Abdul Kadir on the Public Management Act. And it could help to stimulate also the financial framework in EAC. I would like also to encourage that that legislation be expedited
if possible, during our term, so that we can have that framework, which is helping to give effect to those who are misusing the resources, and also to secure the little resources you have in this community. Right, Honorable Speaker, on those few remarks, I support the report and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francine. Honorable Chinyomnya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate you for having that kind of position. And inshallah, it will happen maybe in future. You will be sitting at the same seat in Eala 5 or 6, maybe. Well, Mr. Speaker, I stand first to support this account report and to add a few things whereby when I declare that I'm a member of the committee, so all what has been said here, that is my contribution. Mr. Speaker, the idea of benchmarking, the idea of Eala to send members to partner states, Kigali, Kampala, Nairobi, the idea is to find and to copy or to follow the best practice on what is happening in these account committees. And the first thing we can note that for the system of Nairobi, Kampala, and Dodoma, we are following the Commonwealth practice. And therefore, in most cases, the account committees, they are chaired by the opposition parties. I don't know if that can be applicable to Eala, but there is a very, very important meaning that the account committee are chaired by the opposition. That's what we have discovered, and that is a common practice, Commonwealth practice. Number two, Honorable Chair, that we have seen that naming the culprits, it really helps for the events not to repeat. But we can find that here in Eala, the situation or the problems do repeat from years to years instead of solving and something to be solved forever. Issues or events are being repeated. So, number three, the last thing I wanted to comment that we have seen that in Kigali, there is something very interesting what is happening for the Public Accounts Committee, whereby after the issue has been presented to the Prime Minister, he sent back to respective ministries in order that to solve those problems, and it should not happen in the next financial year. So we can find the situation that we have here to find the means to harmonize the French system and English system in order that here in Eala we follow the best out of those. We have to find out the way whereby we harmonize these laws in order that we can continue in a perfect way here in Eala, in order that things will be solved forever. I thank you for that. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Engineer Mnya. Honorable Professor Kalinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on this report. I also want to, first of all, to congratulate you upon being elected as a temporary Speaker of this Assembly until such a time that the substantive Speaker will be around. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Chair of the Committee on Accounts for a good presentation of the report, but also the clerk who prepared such a good report, which is very clear. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on one observation that has generated a recommendation to put in place a committee on implementation and the follow-up. The committee has observed that such committees exist within the National Parliament of Kenya and the National Parliament of Uganda. With regard to Rwanda, Rwanda Parliament does not have a specific committee on implementation and the follow-up, but the Parliament has put in place a mechanism on implementation of Parliament resolutions and recommendations. And this mechanism is explained on page 16, and it has been also touched on by Honorable Jean-Claude Valimuyabo. When the Parliament has made its recommendations, these recommendations are sent to the Prime Minister, who will report back to the Assembly. And upon reporting back to the Assembly, the committee, the PAC, the Public Account Committee, analyzes the report of implementation of recommendations and conducts, when need be, field visits to get more information and the reality on the ground. Finally, the committee produces a comprehensive report and submits it to the Bureau of the Chambers of Deputies before presenting it to the Assembly. We have realized that this mechanism works very well, and that is the reason why you may find that in the general recommendation, the committee has put a recommendation to urge the Assembly to create a committee on implementation and the follow-up of recommendation. And Right Honorable Speaker, Eala needs really a standing committee on implementation and the follow-up on recommendations, not only of the account committee, but for all committees of the Assembly, but also implementation, follow-up on implementation of the directives of the Council of Ministers. And once again, I want to urge the Council of Ministers to help us in putting in place such a committee. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I submit and I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Kalinda, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ngadagiza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want also to add my voice and congratulate the Committee on Accounts under its able leader, Honorable Kennedy, for a very good and precise report. Although some of us are receiving it now, but at least we followed because it's very elaborate. But we also want to congratulate the committee for the choice of the activity of conducting a peer-to-peer benchmarking mission to the three partner states parliament, the Republic of Uganda, Republic of Kenya, and the Republic of Rwanda, And listening to what the chair was speaking, it shows that it was an opportunity for our members to learn from the experience of our parliament, the parks, the public accounts committees that are doing very good work, and also take this opportunity to congratulate all the 3 partner states, but I'm sure even the partner states of the Republic of Burundi, South Sudan, and that were not visited are also doing very good job. So I want also to congratulate our partner states because these committees are very critical for strengthening accountability, but also for in terms of ensuring that our taxpayers' money, because the money we use are coming from our people in form of taxes, and also even the development partners' money, some of it is loans that our people have to pay, but even those grants, it's not free money. So they are doing good work, and I think that strengthening of accountability is important. So for me, I wanted to really recommend that the Assembly should take this as a best practice. The peer learning and the benchmarking of the various committees to go and visit the partner states committee, learn and share. It's not one way, because it's also an opportunity for the committees to explain what Eala does. And that is critical because, as you recall, honorable members, in Article 49 of the treaty, liaising with our parliaments is one of our cardinal functions as an assembly. So I think that way we shall be in a way fulfilling our mandate as a parliament. I was looking at some of the lessons that have been learned that I think we can take forward and also encourage the council to consider. Like most of the parliaments have got the public finance management law, and this manages the way finances are managed. I want to urge the Council of Ministers also to assist this assembly and also the community expedite the formulation of this very important bill that will hold our community organs and institutions more accountable. But secondly, as already alluded to, in most of the partner states, they've got the implementation and follow-up committee. Although we might not have it as an assembly because of financial challenges, but I want to urge this assembly to come up with a mechanism that can help us follow up, not only on the audit recommendations, but also on all the recommendations that are passed by our assembly. The final point I want to make is on the final point I want to make is on the allowing, I think, the 38th meeting of the Council of Ministers had passed a decision that this assembly be accorded financial and administrative autonomy, and also the court, the East African Court of Justice. I think this is very important, and I want to urge the Council of Ministers to consider expediting this very important decision that they took, because one of the factors that make our parks committees in our partner states perform better is because they are independent. But here we lack the autonomy. So sometimes you have to be cautious. Yes, we are free to oversight the executive, but the same executive is the one that he has to micromanage our budget and also the hiring of staff. So it becomes so difficult. So I want to urge the Council of Ministers that for good practices, good governance practices, Just as our national parliaments have got this autonomy, he also granted to us. With those remarks, I want to once again thank the committee for a very good report and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ibrahim Ali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I'm happy the way you're addressing me. I think there's good things coming for me in the next government, I think. Thank you, Chair. I want to congratulate you for your appointment as the chair, as the speaker of this session. And I think many more. You really fit that position very well. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to congratulate the committee. Their report is short and precise. I was worried it might be a voluminous one. In looking at the 3 partner states, I felt that this report will be heavy and hard to finish, but I think they have compressed the report, picked the most salient issues and all. Chair, the other thing I liked about the committee is the choice of their mission. And I think one area that most of the committees of East Africa Legislative Assembly is we have never interacted directly with the partner state assemblies. So I think it's a unique one. And I think I urge other committees could be to have an interaction with the national assemblies and Senate in terms of both benchmarking and understanding how they cooperate with the other partners. Chair, I really like the report because it gives us a lot of details. But one thing I want to single out, Chair, is page 9, where the committee says committee membership to regional bodies. And it's clearly detailed the regional and international membership of the pact of the committee in Kenya. And if you read it, you can clearly understand that the committee is also applying international standards and regional standards. And Chair could be, as a honorable chair of this committee, could be consider that as one of the recommendations. Eala committee members, committees should also have some regional standards in doing our work in terms of oversight and how we can
Information,
integrate
Chair.
international standards so that we
Chair,
take-
information, Mr. Speaker, information.
Are you taking the information, Honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to inform the Honorable Fatma that East African community is ISO standard community, and we are sure that at this point of time, we have already secretariat who are implementing the ISO standards, and we are expecting other organs to join the implementation of the international standards. So I'm not sure if putting here in this report as a recommendation might be of harm, because already the EAC is in implementation of the international standards. Thank you.
Honorable Paduma, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Pamela Kulbe didn't clearly understand my position. I'm talking of Eala committees, not the EAC secretariat or organs. I'm talking internally in terms of our own committees could be look for relevant parliamentary or regional blocks to be membership so that we can have more, sharing, more, incorporation of standards that are relevant to different committees. So that was my position, Chair. The other thing I found very interesting is the level of implementation of the status of implementation of prior audit recommendation. And I think it's a gloomy picture, Honorable Chair. And I was asking myself if the national assemblies are having serious challenges in terms of the implementation of their recommendations, I think it's a gloomy. 16% is just too low, and could be, I think. And I was in the National Assembly. I think sometimes the challenges are true, and I think when sometimes you look at the table, it's really sad when you have many recommendations, and I don't understand what does partial implementation means. Is it halfway, or they select easier ones to do it? And I don't know, but I think if you look at these tables, the level of implementation is really sad, and I think that's where a lot of resources is. The other part I found very interesting is the recommendation, committee recommendation, is to Eala to have a standalone committee on implementation of the recommendations of audit, the assembly, the Eala assembly recommendations, and council directive, just specifically to focus and to look at it. We have always raised our concerns, and it could be, I don't know, the practicality of this could be the council chair, council member is here, whether they are satisfied with the level of implementation of the council members' directives. Of course, Eala's recommendations is not effectively implemented. So it could be a standalone committee on implementation of the recommendation of the Audit Commission, the Assembly, Council Directive, and other recommendations that are relevant for the execution of all activities. Honorable Speaker, I just needed clarification. I read in Rwanda where it says budget and patrimony. I don't know what that means. Could be a bit of clarification to the members so that we understand and appreciate. Thank you. I congratulate the committee for the good work and making us read a very short but precise report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ibrahim Ali. And now that concludes the debate. But before I return the floor to the chairperson to respond, as you have noted, honorable members, this is a very pertinent report. And we have seen all members commending the chairperson and the accounts committee for the concise and precise report. That's a very good report. And many members who received it today managed to see what you have done. So you've done a good job. But other than that, the issues which have come out, issues of participating in regional and international accounting bodies. Honorable Chair Council, you know, this assembly does not, demand so much. And we know the partner states, the budgets are not very friendly because, but as you can see, it's your own organization, the EAC, and you have the Eala, and it's doing work for you. But the moment these committees don't get resources to undertake their work, to participate in international and regional bodies, then we are not doing justice to ourselves as a community. So, Honorable Chair Council, you might want to come and respond to this, but also the issue of EADB, I mentioned it earlier, and the issue whereby when you go, Honorable Council Member, to the meetings of the council, you find pending council decisions. You find pending summit decisions. And there were some mechanisms which were proposed. Maybe we have to have a way of council reporting to the assembly so that we track together, so that we have a way of working together between the council and the assembly in tracking, because when the council is assured that they're aware that they have to come and report to the assembly, then they will follow up the implementation and come and report to the assembly. And at this assembly, we're having people from the media, they report on behalf of on what is happening here. So they make the people of the East African community aware of how their integration is progressing. So, Honorable Council Member, let me give you the floor now to just respond to some of the issues which have been raised before we call in for the committee chair to come and conclude. Karibu, Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me once again to thank the Committee on Accounts, which produced a very nice report. And I wish to mention that the Council welcomes the report and the various recommendations that have been given by members of Parliament. The Council, Mr. Speaker, will follow up audit and Assembly recommendations that may be pending. The Council also appreciates the financial and other constraints of the Assembly outlined in the report. And I believe some of these constraints may affect your work. And when your work is affected, so it is the work of the whole community, and the activities somehow of the community may be jeopardized. So we need to sit down and look into everything you have mentioned. The Council then is going to study all these recommendations and engage the Secretariat, because, as you know, some of the things the Secretariat must help the Council as far as implementation is concerned. With regard to the decision taken at the 33rd Council on issue of autonomy of the Assembly and the CAT, the Council is going to follow up this matter with the Secretariat to have a conclusion on them. The Council is committed to improving the financial framework of the community, and in this regard, the financial rules and the regulations 2012, now they are being revised. So, Mr. Speaker, I think so many recommendations have been given, including the one you mentioned. I believe if the means allow, we are together. Every request that is here, the Council is going to dig deeper into it, and then we'll come back to you. I submit, Chair. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, after the minister has made the comments, we see the way the council is committed. Now, Chairman, Accounts Committee, your responses, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I do so, maybe I would request a clarification from Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim on what she had wanted to be clarified. I didn't quite hear that clearly.
Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, can you just inform the Chair of Accounts Committee the clarification he wanted from the report, so that when he is responding, you also capture that.
Honorable Speaker, if you refer to the section on the Rwanda, the Republic of Rwanda, the section element of Rwanda talks of the committee, and I'm trying to look, they say 6.2. And it just is for my understanding in terms of clarification. The Public Accounts Committee responsibility, and if you look at number 3, page 15, Public Accounts Committee responsibilities on page 15, 3, consideration, study, and submission of report on general accounts of institution which use national budget and patrimony. What that is part of the mandate of the Parliament, and what I just wanted some unpackaging of what it includes. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
Chair, you have.
Honorable Chair, Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have captured that, so I will go to, with your indulgence, I'll be very brief. I just need to emphasize one or two things. The first is really, I want to implore Council to really look at the issue of the East Africa Development Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, for all intensive purposes, we do not have a bank of our community. So as I was sitting here, I even thought of a name that maybe Council can take up, the name of East Africa Community Development and Investment Bank. If reining in the existing institution is too difficult, we could always start from scratch. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank profusely this assembly, the clerk, and very importantly, my committee members who often, as you've read from the reports, have to work sometimes under very difficult situations, and sometimes as required of them, making huge sacrifices, whereas you've seen in one partner state, the work we do in 12 days, they do in 6 months. So I want to thank the members who have contributed, Honorable John Claude, Honorable Dr. Wada, Honorable Francine, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable Professor Kalinda, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, who also requested a clarification. And it is just, I believe, a French term where my colleagues from Rwanda, Burundi can further translate for us. I struggle. But it just basically means any funds that come from the exchequer in whatever form. And I also want to thank Honorable Pamela and Honorable Council Member Ambassador Ezekiel. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you very much, Chair Accounts Committee. Now, having, I think that concludes this submission from the chairperson. The other clarifications, I think we'll handle them because we need some members from the Accounts Committee, and then you can just explain to the honorable member about the issue of patrimony. So now, I'd like to put the question that the report on the Committee on the Benchmarking Mission on the mandate of national assemblies and implementation of recommendation of Parliament on annual audit reports be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 4, the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess the performance of the tourism sector in the EAC by way of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, the representative or the chairperson on the Committee of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources on the oversight activity to assess the performance of the tourism sector in the EAC be adopted. I beg to move.
Chairperson, seconders. Honorable Dr. Aher, Honorable Mary Claire, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, Honorable Engineer Mnya, Honorable Dr. Alak, Honorable Pere Claver Rakamvia. Thank you. You may proceed with the reading of the report. You may use the podium.
Then one of the members can proceed to the background on page 6. Tourism is one of the most significant sectors in all the economies of the EAC partner states. The sector contributes about 17% to export earnings, 10% of GDP, and about 7% of employment in the region. Tourism provides a linkage with the other sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, insurance, and finance. According to Article 115 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, partner states undertook to develop a collective and coordinated approach to the promotion and marketing of quality tourism into and within the community. In particular, partner states undertook to, Roman 1, coordinate the policies in the tourism industry and establish a framework of cooperation in the sector that will ensure equitable distribution of benefits. Roman 2, establish a common code of conduct for private and public tour and travel operators, standardize hotel classifications, and harmonize the professional standards of agents. And Roman 3, develop a regional strategy for tourism promotion whereby individual efforts are reinforced by regional action. The EAC recognizes that tourism sector is one of the sectors that has been dramatically affected by the outbreak of COVID-19. Taking into account the unparalleled introduction of travel restrictions, imposition of lockdowns, and the closure of airports and the national borders across the world have had a far-reaching impact on the tourism sector. Data on tourism indicated the decrease on the number of tourists arrived in all partner states following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. In most countries, the number of arrivals decreased for more than 60%. This also resulted to the decrease of earnings from tourism for more than 50%, as well as unemployment to the sector and other related sectors. In response to the negative impacts of the pandemic, the Sectoral Council on Tourism and Wildlife Management approved the EAC Regional COVID-19 Tourism Recovery Plan on 16th July 2021. The plan seeks to revive the sector that has been badly hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. The recovery plan is structured into 6 pillars, each with a number of interventions that small that shall be implemented within the intermediate and short terms to ensure quick recovery of the sector. The 6 pillars are: 1, managing the crisis; 2, product and market development; 3, development of tourism and hospitality standards; 4, human capital development; 5, tourism research and statistics; and 6, environmental sustainability of the tourism sector. Some of the measures identified to implement the strategy include the creation of stimulus packages aimed at reigniting travel and tourism sector and supporting tourism investment in the region, including the small and micro enterprises, adoption of collective and coordinated approach targeting tourism recovery that entails interventions aimed at reinforcing the measures being developed and implemented at national levels. In the exercise of its oversight mandate, the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, ATNR, undertook an oversight activity to assess the performance of tourism sector in the EAC and the strategies taken by partner states to revive the sector from the impacts of COVID-19. 2.0, objectives. The main objective of this activity was to assess the performance of tourism sector in the EAC region and its recovery from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. During this activity, the committee was able to, Roman 1, understand the performance of the tourism sector. Roman 2, find out the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism sector and to assess the strategies adopted by the partner states for the recovery of the sector from the COVID-19 pandemic. 3.0, methodology. In undertaking this activity, the committee conducted the following activities. Roman 1, conducted the meetings with the officials from relevant public and private institutions in all the partner states. Roman 2, visiting national park tourist sites identified by the committee in collaboration with the partner states. And Roman 3, received the presentation from the relevant authorities. 4.0, reports from the partner states. 4.1, the Republic of Kenya. 4.11, the tourism sector and the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, the travel and tourism contributed $4.2 billion to Kenya's GDP. The contribution of the sector in 2020 declined by nearly 50% when you compare the to 2019. In 2019, the value added by the tourism sector to the economy reached $8.1 billion. Tourism contributes to the high priority goals of developing Kenya, which are the generation of income, employment, and foreign exchange earnings. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 forced the Republic of Kenya to put in place the COVID-19 restrictions. The restrictions impacted negatively to tourism industry and the whole range of interlinked services such as catering and airlines. Hotel bookings were also highly affected. It was noted that some of the lodges in the tourist sites closed operations. The Ministry of Tourism recorded a sharp drop of 57.9% in food and accommodation services in 2021, which costed the sector by 110 billion Kenyan shillings, about $1 billion, as the revenue from tourism fell by 80%. Before the pandemic, tourism and its related sectors employed more than 2 million people. As a consequence of the pandemic, many people either lost their jobs or earned reduced salaries. A survey of key stakeholders in tourism sector held in 2020 found that slightly more than 80% of companies engaged in the sector had reduced the number of their employees. Moreover, 31.9% of the companies reducing the salaries of the remaining employees by over 70%. 4.1.2. Government's efforts for the recovery of the tourism sector. The committee was informed that the government of Kenya, through the various stages of the pandemic-related health and economic crisis, responded with a number of initiatives to sustain its effects to the economy. These include Roman 1, development of elaborate tourism and hospitality COVID-19 protocols, and enforcement of the same by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife through the Tourism Regulatory Authority. Roman 2, cooperation with financial institutions to allow flexible loan payment terms for those in the tourism sector and other investments. Roman 3, categorization of tourism and hospitality workers as frontliners, and they were given preference in the COVID-19 vaccination exercise. Roman 4, provided incentives to boost domestic tourism. Roman 5, retention of partially open the COVID-19 protocol compliant hotels and eateries to allow takeaways, deliveries and sale of drinks for residents within their own hotel rooms, even during the peak of the pandemic. Roman 6, issuance of KRA COVID-19 compliance certificate and stickers to compliant establishment and services to boost tourism confidence in the destination Kenya. And Roman 7, sector incentives through recommendation for duty exemptions and waiver for goods under the EAC Customs Management Act. 4.1.3, data on arrival of international tourists. The number of international arrivals is indicated in the table below. At this table 1, total number of tourist arrivals. Should I read through? Purpose of visit. You have purpose of visit, business and MICE, and then 2020 from August to December, 58,000. Okay. The source is presentation by the government of Kenya before the committee. This is page 10. We go page 11, table 2 is about number of tourist arrivals and their origin. And the source is presentation by the government of Kenya before the committee. The total tourism receipts from international tourists are estimated to have closed at Kenyan shillings 88,567 billion against projected year earnings of Kenyan shillings 336,228 billion. Domestic tourist bed nights closed at 1,845,000, a reduction of 61.7% in comparison to 2019, which were 4,818,600. 4.14, tourists from the EAC partner states. They were 140,633 tourists arrived in Kenya from other partner states as indicated in the table below. Table number 3, number of tourist arrivals from the EAC partner states. They can be found on page 12. The source is presentation by the government of Kenya before the committee. Number 4.1.5, standardization and classification of tourist facilities and services. The committee was informed that the Republic of Kenya standardized and classified 215 tourism facilities and services using the current EAC classification criteria. The following is the outcome of the classification of the 215 establishments. Table 4, standardization and classification of tourist facilities in Kenya. Source presentation by the government of Kenya before the committee. Number 4.1.6, visit to the Nairobi National Park. The committee visited the Nairobi National Park, which is famous for being the only park within a city in the world. It's also the oldest national park in East Africa, gazetted in 1946. This park is unique because it's the only protected area in the world with a huge variety of animals and birds close to a capital city. It's a principal attraction for visitors to Nairobi and serves many local residents. The park hosts 4 out of the big 5, which are the black rhino, leopard, lion, and buffalo. It's unable to host elephants because it's small with insufficient woodland. The vegetation in the park is generally wide open grass plains and scattered acacia bush that hosts to a wide variety of other wildlife, including hyena, giraffes, and diverse bird life with over 400 species recorded. The committee also visited the burning site where elephant tusks and rhino horns are destroyed. The committee noted that this was one of the most important landmarks in the animal conservation. In 1989, the late President Daniel Arap Moi made a statement to poachers by setting fire to 11 tons of seized ivory. The event improved Kenya's conservation image at the time when East African wildlife was being decimated by relentless poaching. In 2016, President Uhuru Kenyatta oversaw the burning of 100 tons of ivory at the same site, amounting to the task for 6,000 elephants, which is about 5% of global ivory stocks. While visiting the national park, the committee was informed that the Republic of Kenya had strategies to develop domestic tourism. Domestic tourism provides critical support to tourism industry in several areas of performance, including seasonality, regional dispersal, and increased domestic spending. 4.2. The United Republic of Tanzania. The oversight activity in the United Republic of Tanzania held in Zanzibar. Zanzibar is an archipelago composed of 2 main islands and over 50 small islands. The archipelago comprises a cosmopolitan population of African, Parisian, Portuguese, Arabs, and Indians descent. Following the 1964 revolution and the union with Tanganyika, Zanzibar is currently a semi-autonomous part of the United Republic of Tanzania. The committee interacted with the stakeholders from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and from the revolutionary government of Zanzibar. It also engaged with stakeholders from private sector and visited the Stone Town tourist site. It also held an interactive meeting with the Minister for Tourism and Heritage of Zanzibar. 4.2.1, the performance of the tourism sector in Tanzania. The committee was informed that for the past 10 years, the tourism sector grew at an average annual rate of 8% and over 25% of total export earnings. In 2019, Tanzania received 1,527,230 tourists and generated more than USD 2.6 billion. The sector accounted for nearly 1.6 million direct and indirect jobs. For the year 2020, Tanzania projected to receive 1,867,000 international visitors. Table 5, international arrivals monthly from 2016 up to 2020. This is Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, URT source. Page 15, table 6, tourist arrival and revenues 2010-2020. The same source, Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism of URT. 4.2.2, the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in Tanzania. Tanzania announced the first case of COVID-19 on 16th March 2020. The outbreak of COVID-19 brought the world to a standstill, and tourism was the worst affected of all major economic sectors. Major source markets, including Europe, Asia, America, and the Middle East, were among the hardest hit. The sector witnessed lockdowns and travel bans in most of major tourist markets, and airlines missed passengers and canceled the flights to many destinations in the world, including Tanzania. This resulted to the decrease of tourists from 1,527,230 in 2019 to 620,867 in 2022. This is a 59% decrease. The foreign exchange also decreased to $789,026 million from $2.6 billion. Unemployment, there was a redundancy of 4,850 employees from direct jobs. The income of Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authority, NCCA, dropped by 89%, while the income of Tanzania National Parks Authority, TANAPA, dropped by 90%. The government revenue dropped by 726,472 billion, which was 72.5% decrease for 22-23. Key interventions nationally and globally. 4.2.3.1 global interventions. The global interventions included the efforts made by the World Tourism Organization, the United Nations Development Program, the World Health Organization, and the World Travel and Tourism Council. The global interventions included the following. Roman 1, issuing of guidelines and technical guidance in dealing with COVID-19, humanitarian assistance, medical equipment, medicine and monetary support, joint approach, re-establishing effective approach, remove travel barriers and reopen borders. Roman 4, working with the health experts in defining global standards for the new normal of travel. And Roman 5, system of recognition and certification, safe travel stamp. 4.2.3.2, regional interventions. The regional interventions comprises efforts by the African Union, AU, the East African Community, EAC, and the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. The regional interventions included the following. Roman 1, formulation of COVID-19 response fund to mitigate socioeconomic and humanitarian impact of COVID-19. Roman 2, the opening of the skies to facilitate mobility. Roman 3, guidelines on harmonization and facilitation of cross-border transport operation. Roman 4, establishing of national emergency operation centers. Roman 5, EAC COVID-19 tourism recovery plan. Roman 6, administrative guidelines to ensure smooth and uninterrupted movement of goods and services. Roman 7, COVID-19 response plan to reinforce national measures to protect and prevent spread. 4.2.3.3, national interventions. The national interventions involve the government agencies and the private sector. The following are some of the national interventions that were adopted by the United Republic of Tanzania. Roman 1, rapid assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on the Tanzania's tourism sector to ascertain the magnitude of the impact and propose immediate measures to rescue the sector. Roman 2, national standard operating procedures for the management of COVID-19 in the tourism business operation, SOPs. Roman 3, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, in collaboration with the private sector and development partners, donated COVID-19 protective gears and conducted the health and safety training sessions to the tourism stakeholders. 4, media campaigns. For instance, Tanzania is ready, to show Tanzania's readiness to receive tourists. Roman 5, COVID-19 vaccine campaign in tourism. Roman 6, issuing of travel advisory from time to time. And 7, waived some fees charged by TANAPA, NCAA, and TAWA in order to rescue investors in the conservation areas. Example, A, TANAPA waived park fees for crew and vehicles stationed in the seasonal camps. Then B, TAWA extended the tenure of hunting blocks. And C, NCAA waived the entry fees to camp staff and vehicles. 4.2.4, recovery of the tourism sector. The government of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism and other key stakeholders, made the following efforts to ensure recovery of the tourism sector. 1, Complying with COVID-19 vaccination by vaccinating 350,000 frontline workers in tourism sector. Roman 2, training on how to mitigate COVID-19 to airport workers at Kilimanjaro International Airport, Julius Nyerere International Airport, and Zanzibar International Airport. Roman 3, setting up the tourist specimen collection centers in different tourism attraction areas, notably Seronera in Serengeti National Park, and more to be opened at Nyerere National Park. Roman 4, reduction of the license fees for travel agents from up to $2,000 to $500 per annum. Roman 5, virtual meetings with ambassadors and travel agents in major tourist markets. And Roman 6, continuing to adhere to health travel standards and procedures. 4.2.5, strategies and interventions for sustainability of tourism. The following are some of the strategies and interventions adopted by the United Republic of Tanzania for sustainability of tourism sector. Roman 1, tourist product development and diversification, like golf tourism, health tourism, MICE, beach tourism, cruise ship, city tourism. Roman 2, improvement of tourist infrastructure and auxiliary services such as online visa. Roman 3, enhanced tourism destination marketing. Example, digital marketing, Royal Tour, Dubai Expo. Roman 4, support conservation and community well-being. Roman 5, use of modern and appropriate technology in tourism. Roman 6, investment and stimulus package, business environment such as implementation of blueprint. Roman 7, human capital development. Roman 8, research and development of tourism in order to maintain identity of the destination. Roman 9, proper coordination among tourism stakeholders. Example, My Tanzania Road Show in Germany, Australia, and Switzerland. Page 19. Roman 10, crisis management for tourism sector, and 11, improvement of destination connectivity. 4.2.6, presentations from the Zanzibar Tourist Board. The Zanzibar Tourist Board informed the committee that assessment of the performance of tourism sector considers the following key performance indicators: tourism expenditure, tourism receipt, available beds and rooms, number of tourist arrivals, and average length of stay. Those are Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Table 7, Zanzibar tourism sector performance. The source is Zanzibar Tourist Board. This one I can read. 1, gross domestic product, 27%. 2, foreign exchange earning, 82%. Direct employment, 33,000. Indirect employment, 60,000 and plus. International tourist arrivals in 2019, 538,264. International tourist arrivals in 2022, 260,644. C-19. Table 8 is about the monthly visitor arrivals starting from 2022 up to 2019 from the Zanzibar Tourist Board information. Table 9 is number of hotels, guest houses by grade 2013-2019. Source, Zanzibar Tourist Board. Table 10, rooms and beds, 2019. Source, Zanzibar Tourist Board. The grade are 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, and the number of units and rooms. 4.2.6.1 is about tourism receipt in 2019. Tourism receipt increased by 5.5% to USD 535.2 million in 2019, compared with USD 507.5 million in 2018. A large share of earnings was received from visitors who came for leisure and holidays, which is USD 531.8 million, accounting for 99.4% of the total earnings. 4.2.6.2, the effects of COVID-19 to tourism in Zanzibar. The following were some of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic to the tourism sector in Zanzibar. Roman 1 affected almost every sector of the Zanzibar economy, hit hard sectors such as accommodation, aviation, transportation, and restaurant. Roman 3, tourist arrivals declined to below 29%. Roman 4 resulted on job loss of around 80,000. Roman 5, revenue loss from accommodations, ground handling fees, landing fees, lighting, levies, charges to airlines, and the tourists visiting the country. 4.2.6.3, measures taken by the revolutionary government of Zanzibar. Roman 1, to develop a standard operation protocols for all types of tourism businesses. Roman 2, to install COVID-19 rapid testing machines at crucial entry points, airport and seaport. Roman 3, to open the border and ensure effective control to limit the spread of the virus. Roman 4, to encourage a short haul and launch of a comprehensive regional and domestic marketing campaign by persuading Africans to travel to Zanzibar. And 5, reform on VAT and hotel levy. 4.2.7, presentation from the Hotel Association of Zanzibar. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted the lives and the economies around the world. Every part of tourism and hospitality value chain was affected by the unprecedented travel and mobility restrictions, border control, lockdowns, quarantines, curfews, social distancing undertaken by government to contain the spread of the virus. As a consequence, the arrival numbers significantly dropped. For example, from April to June 2020, there were only 400 travelers, which is the lowest number ever recorded. The airport was closed and hotels were closed for at least 2 months. The months of July to September 2020 witnessed only 5% of tourist arrivals compared to the same period of 2019, significant 95% loss. The period from October to December 2020 witnessed 55% of tourists arrived compared to the same period of 2019. The increase was occasioned by the Russian, Ukraine, and the Polish charters. For the period from January to March 2021, there were 92% of the tourists arrived compared to the same period of 2019. However, Zanzibar witnessed another drop from April to July 2021, where only 57% of the tourists arrived compared to the same period of 2019. The drop was an outcome of the end of season for Russian charters. 4.2.7.9, major impacts of COVID-19. Roman 1, sickness and the loss of life created major concerns worldwide. Travel restriction led to major cancellation of bookings. Containment measures announced by government led to temporary closure of hotels. Inbound tourists and other international arrivals significantly fell. Hotels suffered the lowest demand levels for hospitality services and poor value due to lack of demand. 6 hotels suffered unprecedented losses and many are still struggling. 7, massive cancellation led to lowest occupancies and hence lowest revenues. Roman 8, employees suffered pay cuts and paid leaves and in worst cases, layoffs. Roman 9, significant drop of tax revenues related to tourism activities. Roman 10, lack of tourism development as operators, investors halted the plans. Roman 11, suppliers to hospitality businesses suffered major losses and the value chain was all disrupted. Roman 12, anxiety and fear for health, for jobs, for survival. And Roman 13, the pandemic became an economic disaster and development enemy as is a health crisis. 4.2.7.2, this is page 24, key recovery strategies. Roman 1, hotels established operating standards on COVID-19 and trained their staff to follow and enforce all precautionary measures and protocols to ensure safe and healthy environment. Roman 2, published COVID-19 statistics and put emphasis on enforcement of COVID-19 protocols throughout Zanzibar. Roman 3, vaccination campaign to protect the people and avoid the widespread of new infections. Roman 4, access to vaccination for all tourism staff as frontline workers and the staff from all related sectors and services. Roman 5, the government's commitment to enforce COVID-19 protocols and contain the spread of the virus, to support and facilitate tourism, to provide and publish statistics on the situation of COVID-19 in Zanzibar. Roman 6, door-to-door vaccination campaign in hotels and publishing the information to the public, partners, the travel market, and source markets. Roman 7, speed in processing and issuing vaccination certificates and the vaccination cards. Roman 8, formal certification of hotels and institutions that have vaccinated a high percentage of their staff. Roman 9, constant and consistent push from both the public and the private sector with all relevant government, partners, and stakeholders to open the corridors with key source markets. Roman 10, airport authorities and all entry points to be properly informed and trained in order to carry out all protocols in a consistent and professional way. Roman 11, government to continue to promote the business continuity amid the pandemic to support steady recovery and a strong comeback thereafter. Roman 12, managing guest experience to ensure that they live happy and will return on commend Zanzibar to others. Roman 13, managing guest feedback and giving response to all bad and negative feedback with actions taken to restore confidence of travelers to Zanzibar. And Roman 14, train all airport entry and exit point staff to work professionally and exhibit the true Zanzibari hospitality. 4.2.7.3, opening up Zanzibar activities of the Hotel Association of Zanzibar. A, close liaison and information exchange with embassies and European Union authorities that Zanzibar is practicing safe travel and is ready and open to visitors. B, support initiatives to sell and promote Zanzibar, including EAC Tourism Expo Farm Trip, rebrand Tanzania Royal Tour, Swahili Weddings Initiative to reintroduce Zanzibar culture and lifestyle as a tourism product. Hotels ready to work with MOUT and ZCT by offering free room nights for buyers coming to experience Zanzibar firsthand, and planned activities for the last half of 2021. Golf tournament in November 2021 to bring together golfers and enthusiasts from Tanzania and the EAC region and promote domestic African tourists. Hotel and tourist fair, tourism fair, December 2021, to bring together buyers from regional and international markets and showcase Zanzibar to the world ready for the new season in 2022. Zanzibar Now campaign, series of videos showcasing the unique attributes and attractions of Zanzibar, the health and safety assurance, and the readiness to welcome visitors to Zanzibar Now. 4.2.7.4, key takeaways from the government. Roman 1, introducing and following consistent and sensible protocols to ensure the safety of people on the islands. Roman 2, providing clear information to travelers through the travel advisory and to businesses in order to limit uncertainty. Roman 3, restoring confidence in the health situation through publication of statistics. The numbers speak out clearly. Roman 4, supporting tourism businesses that have struggled through this difficult period to help them adapt and survive. Roman 5, playing a strong part in promoting the safe return of international tourism and domestic regional tourism. Roman 6, having a strong sustainable strategy for the development of tourism on the island. Roman 7, building a more resilient and sustainable tourism and grow the domestic, region, and Middle East stroke Arab Gulf markets. Roman 8, strengthening relationship and cooperation between countries that are important to the economy of the island and creating new ties. Roman 9, considering the long-term implications, the crisis may have offered an important opportunity to rethink for the future. Governments need to capitalize on the digitalization and promote the structural transformation needed to build a stronger, more sustainable and resilient tourism economy. Roman 10, work closer with the private sector and utilize the vast resources available to complement, bridge gaps in the public sector and together deliver the transformative change required in tourism. And 11, tourism roadmap. Utilize the tourism for all proposal to strategize, structure, and adopt a sustainable tourism development roadmap that will shape the future of tourism in Zanzibar for decades to come. 4.2.8, a visit to Stone Town tourist site. The committee visited the Stone Town tourist site, which is located within the city of Zanzibar, Muji Mkongwe. This area is one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. This is a wonderful site where one can observe various things during the tour, and it's always a walk tour. Some of the things one can see include the narrow streets of Zanzibar, the former slave market, modern hotels in old buildings, Joe's Corner, House of Wonders, the Spice Tour, mixed religious buildings, Zanzibar Coffee House, and many other things. The committee visited just a few of all the attractions because of time, the nature of the activity, and the hot weather condition. 4.2.9, meeting with the Minister for Tourism and Heritage of Zanzibar. On 27th October 2021, the committee held an interactive meeting with the Minister for Tourism and Heritage of Zanzibar, Honorable Eala Mohamed Musa. The minister was accompanied by the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Fatuma Mabruk Kamis. The minister met with Honorable Dr. Abdullahi Hassan Makame, the committee chairperson, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim R, and Honorable Josephine Sebastian Lemian. The minister thanked Eala and the committee for undertaking this activity in Zanzibar and welcome more activities of the assembly and the committees in Zanzibar. The minister specifically invited the committee to go back to Zanzibar for interaction and to visit Pemba Islands. She said that Pemba Island has a lot of offer to the East Africans. Therefore, she requested the Eala to inform people of East Africa to use the various opportunities available in Pemba and Zanzibar in general.
Professor, Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
Yes, procedure.
As per Rule 11, and according to the time, and still she cannot finish this. I think the speaker can adjourn till 2 and can be ready in the next day.
Thank you very much. I was just careful and noting at the time it is 18:28. I wanted just her to finish that component, then we came to Burundi, then we will postpone there. Because at least one component will be done and then the other ones will finish on Monday. Yeah? It's 6:30. 1 minute to 6:30. I'm reading at that clock there. Huh? No, we're just finishing this one. That's where she's. Yeah. Yes, finish there.
Specifically, the ministers. Let me try to find the flow because. So, page 27, 1. Explained that the revolutionary government of Zanzibar is inviting local and foreign investors to invest in the development and the restoration of historical sites, especially the structures around Stone Town. Two, informed the committee that the government have started working with all stakeholders to address some of the challenges facing the tourism sector in Zanzibar, including improving the service delivery and the Karume International Airport in order to reduce the time spent by tourists while entering Zanzibar. Three, the government is training police to start tourism police who are going to handle issues relating to tourists in Zanzibar. Four, they are reviewing all out-to-date laws governing the tourism sector in order to improve the legal system. And five, they are developing other tourist products apart from beaches. One of the areas they are putting more efforts is promotion of cultural tourism. The committee also received the edited presentation from the Ministry of Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania on the impact of COVID pandemic on agriculture. Moreover, the presentation is not included in this report because the concentration of the committee was on tourism.
Thank you very much, Honorable Umuchiza. Now, because of time and Rule 11, as already indicated, we are bound to conclude here. And for that particular reason, I'd like to adjourn the House. So this House remains adjourned until Monday at 2:30. Thank you. 2:30 on Monday.